Hello. Hello. Uh, Very good morning, all of you, all the offline and online participants. We'll start the session uh, within 2 minutes. Please bear with us. We are just waiting for our chairperson. She will arrive in a moment. Then we'll start the session. Thank you. Okay. Uh, Now, the chairperson, Dr. Shanti Madam from Tamil Nadu, she arrived, and now we'll start the session. I would like to Director Dr. Shanti Madam to come over on dais. For the today's first keynote speaker,
Good morning, all of you. I welcome each and every one of you on this last day international conference of this morning. First session, the big speaker is Dr. Manoj Sharma, MBBS, PhD, MCHBS, and he is holding the capacity of Professor, Department of Social and Behavioral Health, School of Public Health, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, United States of America. His topic is the role of New York health behavior theories in global public health. Every speaker we have the timings
24.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Hello. That was wonderful presentation, Dr. Manoj Sharma, and we are very much impressed and how you have well explained the individuals move series of different stages attain good healthy behavior pattern is very essential and closely associated with the society. And also how to overcome all these hindrances through MTM based intervention. You have well explained the designed physical activity and also you have highlighted the evolution of interventional health education promotion, behavioral theory and multi-theory for healthy behavior. That was wonderful, Dr. Manoj Sharma. Congratulations. And the queries and any queries you can approach the organizer. Through email, you can clarify your queries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Manoj.
Second, yes, ma'am. That's why I mentioned.
So we move on to the second speaker. I invite Ms. Aparna Rathi, and her topic is traditional strength training versus contrast training and overview. Ma'am, please, you can proceed.
Aparna Rathi, ma'am. Can you speak and switch on your video so that our audience can see you? Hello. Aparna Rathi, ma'am. Please share your screen. Hello. Can you hear me, ma'am? I think there is a technical fault. Uh, Aparna Rathi, ma'am, is requested to present the next paper, and I would like to invite the next one, please. No, no, ma'am, not participant. Yeah.
Now I invite Mr. Sharif Al-Bahia from Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings and good afternoon, good morning to chairperson, co-chairperson, delegates, teacher, my respected teachers and my friends. Today my topic is hi. I'm Sabbir Ahmed Usmani from University of Chittagong, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science. My topic is comparative studies on the condition of sports nutrition of athlete, National Cricket League Chittagong Division and non-athlete. Skipping my introduction part for the lacking of time. Um, my aims and objective of the study is to study about nutritional condition of an athlete and non-athlete, to examine about how much carbohydrate percentage, protein percentage, fat percentage, vitamin percentage they intake in every period, to find out how much carbohydrate and protein modification will make an athlete's fitness better. My research question is to the athlete of Chittagong division have proper diet chart. How many foods and what kind of foods do the athlete of Chittagong division intake during game, pre and post exercise, on daily basis? What dietary supplements they take? The study, this research methodology, this study is to examine the condition of sports nutrition of NCL, National Cricket League athletes of Chittagong division and non-athletes. My research design, the research work adapted qualitative analysis of data, descriptive statistics. The standard deviation will be obtained through the statistical package for social studies app SPSS. The population of this study consists of 20 athletes of Chittagong division and 10 non-athletes. The sample for the study comprised of 20 athletes of NCL, Chittagong division, 10 non-athletes. Procedure for data collection. The questionnaire was personally administered to the respondent with the help of 2 trained research assistants. Procedure for data analysis. The data were collected and analyzed using qualitative statistics of mean, standard deviation, SEM, p-value, significant, non-significant by using a statistical package for social science app. Results. Between athletes, the evaluation of pre-exercise and post-exercise carbohydrate percentage. Athletes who have proper diet chart, mean 50.3%. Athletes who doesn't have proper diet chart, 42.3%. If you look the pre-exercise and post-exercise protein percentage, athletes who have proper diet chart, 12.6%. Who doesn't have proper diet chart, 90.6%. Then pre-exercise and post-exercise fat percentage, athletes who have proper diet chart, 30.7%. Who doesn't have proper diet chart, 34.22%. The evaluation of carbohydrate percentage of during game, 64.3%. Athletes who have proper diet chart, 47.1%. Athletes who doesn't have proper diet chart. Then during game protein percentage, athletes who have proper diet chart, 20.7%. 12%, that is athletes who doesn't have proper diet chart. The evaluation of fat percentage during game, 38.5%, mean that athletes who have proper diet chart. Athletes who doesn't have proper diet chart, 29.2%. Discussion. Okay. Nutrition influences of all lives process, and it was discovered that also nutrition influences sports performance. This is the not only thing that nutrition only the thing that nutrition can enhance an athlete's performance, but it is the most important thing to enhance an athlete's performance. My recommendation is the type of sport, the amount of training you do, the amount of time you spend doing the activity of exercise. BCB should emphasize on the nutritional aspects of the all divisional cricket league. These the recommendations. So these the appendix photo gallery. This is the Yasir Ali Rabbi national cricket team player current. Shadowsen Hussain Dipu and Parvez Imran is the Indian champion team player. This Mehdi Hasan Rana. BPL this year he played Chittagong Challengers in BPL 2023. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed.
Thank you.
That was a good, vibrant presentation. Congratulations. And may I now invite Mr. Mohammad Arifur Rahman from Bangladesh.
Another 50. Isn't it?
Yeah, isn't.
Where is it? Your timer's name?
Can you present the slide or something? Sure.
Oh my God, you're so happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Ma'am, for inviting me here to present my session. I cordially thanks to host, especially Rakesh sir, and I really want to give thanks our Shoaib Chandra sir and Kamal sir to come here. Now I am going to my presentation. I am the Arifur Rahman from Rajasthan University, Bangladesh. My thesis title is Depression and Coping Strategy among various groups of students in Rajasthan University. Here's the introduction. Introduction is important for only 2 minutes because depression and coping strategy is very important part in our life. I think all of you know about depression because in our young guys, depression is a common word for us. If any breakout happens among us, then all of we use the term, my friend is now in depression, my uncle is now in depression, this kinds. And coping strategy is the point when any person fall any problem, then he try to cope with the system. He try to find out, and it we can similar as the term that I have liked any car and I try to convey him. I try to put in mind my name. Then I am trying by anyhow to convey him. It's one kind of coping strategy. Okay. My next motivation of the study. Why I have chosen these topics for my study. Education is highly dependent on mental condition. All of we know mental health is an important part for mental condition. Here, student depression is a common matter. Most of the students also fall in problem, so they need to cope with their activities. Sports activities decrease the level of depression. Here is the point. Can sports decrease the level of depression? Objective of the study, to compare the depression and coping strategy athlete, to compare the depression and coping strategy of male and female, to compare the depression and coping strategy graduates and undergraduate students. Methodology. I have used 22 students of the University of Rajshahi, among them athlete on 20 to 100, male on 40 to 80, and graduate 62 to 158. I have used depression scale provided by Aaron T. Beck. I have used coping scale provided by Hockman et al. Here's my result. In my table, we can see that in the number of athlete and non-athlete, there is the mean of depression level. We see 62.28 and non-athlete 90.60. That means athletes are really less depressed than non-athlete. The result is showing this. Next, here I have seen male and female. I also have seen here that male depression mean 70.66 and female 83.03. That means male mental condition is better than female. Result and discussion. I am crossing my table and going to the conclusion. Here, athletes are less depressed than non-athlete. That is the point, and it is significant. Males are less depressed than female. It is also significant. Graduates are simply higher depressed than non-graduates. It was not significant, but we see the similar difference between graduates and non-graduates. Athletes coping with stress capacity is better than non-athlete. It also was significant. Male coping capacity is better than female. It also was significant. Graduates coping capacity is slightly better than non-graduates. It was not significant, but there is simply difference. Among athletes, female athletes are lightly depressed than male athletes. Here is the point I have to focus here. The coping capacity is not better for male athletes than female athletes. It is also not significant and really similar. My findings, I have found some new things in my work. Graduates are slightly more depressed than non-graduates, but on the other hand, their coping capacity is also slightly more than non-graduates. It is contradictory term. We found graduates are depressed, but their coping capacity is good. Why it is? I found out two answers. One answer is experience, two is knowledge. In our Bangladesh circumstance, due to lack of jobs, most of our graduates naturally fell in depression. Didn't find out what need to do, what we can do. A lot of depression, financial problem, family problem. But due to experience, due to knowledge, as he has completed his BSc or MSc, BA or MA from a university, he has more knowledge about how to cope with. So though his depression level is high, but his coping level is low. And other point is male athlete and female athletes coping capacity is almost same. I have found that among athletes, male and female coping capacity is same. But there is the point. On the other hand, male athletes are less depressed than female athletes. That means female athletes are depressed. Why? In our Bangladesh circumstance, there is a point. Still now, in our Bangladesh, in school level, college level, or university level, we are not appreciating female athletes to come to the field. Here is the point. So they are more depressed than male athletes. Yes, our responsibility, inspiring the students for playing, ensuring good environment for women that they could come to field and they could play easily, highly focusing on mental health, it is important for us, making opportunity for job, then depression level could be decreased. Future plan, if I got any chance to work with my job, I want to work in the effect of depression on athlete performance. I want to work about coping capacity of various discipline player. I want to work with any national or international level athlete. Limitation of the study, I have done my work. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me time. Any question? I think question session is short for us. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for that one. It was good presentation and we all got very much by your presentation. Wonderful. Congratulations. And may I now invite, welcome Ms. Aparna Rathi for my presentation. Our speaker and her topic is traditional strength training versus contrast training. Is going to present a paper on traditional strength training versus contrast training. The topic.
Yeah, Aparna Rathi ma'am.
We welcome you, Aparna. You can proceed.
Please speak and proceed.
Aparna, it's not audible.
Aparna ma'am, will you please switch on your microphone? Unmute yourself. Unmute. Yeah, you can speak now. Speak please. Any word? Just for testing. Yeah. You can present without headphone. Without headphone. Please present without headphone. Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yeah. Is it audible very much?
Okay, sir. Can you present my presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. morning to one and all present over here. I, Aparna Rathi, scholar of Department of Exercise Physiology in the LNIP Gwalior. Today, I would like to present my topic, that is traditional strength training versus contrast training, and overview. First, these are the table of content which we will discuss in this conference. Traditional strength training, types of traditional strength training, benefits of traditional strength training. Then we will move on contrast training, post-activation potentiation, and how contrast training improve physical fitness abilities in conclusion. Next. First, we will discuss about what is traditional strength training. Traditional strength training is when we work on building strength or muscle bulk through standard weightlifting or resistance training methods. It includes using weight machines, free weights, and even exercise bands to isolate one muscle at a time. It is done like in the gym. Parker adds this type of training often focus on muscle hypertrophy, where the user performs 3 to 5 sets of 8 to 12 repetitions. The goal is to choose a weight that's just heavy enough to be challenging so that your muscles are tired by the end of your reps. Means you are being tired by doing your training session. Now, these are the types of traditional strength training. There are different types of traditional strength training, that is free weights such as dumbbells, barbells, and kettlebells, medicine balls or sandbags, weight machines that can be handled with your weight or hydraulic, resistance bands like rubber bands, suspension equipment, these are suspended, your own body weight. You can also do your traditional strength training with own body weight, like we are doing plank or squats without any weight. Next. Now, benefits of traditional strength training. As it is shown in this figure, the traditional strength training is conducted in a straight set format in which all the sets for a given exercise are performed in succession before proceeding to the next exercise in the sequence. In general, the purpose of this type of strength training is to promote maximal strength and muscular hypertrophy to improve physical performance, which are used by physical trainers in their training routines. Next, in addition, previous studies also showed that traditional strength training have positive influence in sprint and vertical jump. When I was going on the reviews, then I found that there are various reviews on that traditional strength training improve your sprint and vertical jump performance in soccer players. Chelly et al. Observed that multiple sets of half squat performed with high loads twice per week over an 8-week period positively influence sprint and jump performance in soccer players. These are the reviews which show that what's the benefits of traditional strength training. Next. Now we will discuss about what is contrast training. Contrast training is a combination of using high and low loads in the same strength training session. You can see what is the difference between traditional strength training and contrast training. It is a combination of both high and low load in the same strength training session. Specifically, it is a hybrid strength power modality that involves pairing a heavy lift with a high velocity movement of the same pattern. For example, we are giving example squats paired with a box jump or bench press paired with a plyometric push-up. In this, two training sessions are joined together to make a single strength training session. The two exercises used in contrast training are essentially to be similar. What is the logic behind this type of training? Biomechanically, in order to maximize the post-activation potentiation response derived from this training method, means which technique is used in this type of training. Post-activation potential is the main word which is used in contrast training method. Next, we will discuss about the post-activation potentiation. What is post-activation potentiation? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. What is post-activation potentiation? The main benefit of contrast training involves exploiting a neuromuscular phenomena known as post-activation potentiation. What is this term? This term is used to describe the heightened neural drive displayed following the completion of sets of near maximal high force lift. Originally defined by Robbins, PAP or post-activation potentiation is a phenomena by which the force exerted by a muscle is increased due to its previous contraction. Means we have done a previous muscle contraction, then after that force exerted of a muscle is increased. Post-activation potentiation is a theory that purports that the contractile history of muscle influences the mechanical performance of subsequent muscle contraction. Post-activation potential is an increase in muscle twitch and low-frequency tetanic force after a conditioning contractile activity. Now we are going in detail what is the process followed in the post-activation potentiation. Means what have done in the inside the muscle fibers. In research on post-activation potentiation, the conditioning activity or contractile history most commonly includes a series of evoked twitches and evoked tetanic contraction or a sustained maximum voluntary contraction. Means after this contraction, we attain the post-activation potentiation. Next slide. Now, in this figure, we can show what is post-activation potentiation, in which a male athlete have done parallel squat 3 reps of 90% of one repetition maximum. Then rest for 3 to 4 minutes. Means first he have done high load strength training. Then after resting for 3 to 4 minutes, he have done squat jumps 8 reps. We have seen in the figure that the same type of muscle, like quadriceps muscle, which are used in both the activities, in high load or as well as low load velocity. Next. Now, how contrast training improves physical fitness abilities? It is important to note that although incorporating either resistance training or plyometric exercise may offer benefits individually, it is well known that singly resistance training or single plyometric training offers benefit individually. But when we add both the training in the same session, may induce greater adaptation compared to a single mode training. That is shown by the review of the Cornier et al. And the Thapa et al. In this review, it is shown already that both the training session include greater adaptation compared to a single mode training. However, incorporating both the training modalities separately into a weekly cycle of team sport athlete may be difficult, considering the greater focus placed on technical and tactical training associated with the sport and limited time allocated to the strength and conditioning session. It is very difficult to introduce both the training session individually in the same week, because who are the athletes who are trained athletes, they have done their technical as well as tactical training in their sports specific. So it is very difficult to introduce these trainings individually. So in such cases, incorporating both the training modalities within a single session would save time and may offer similar or even greater physical fitness benefits compared to conducting both the training session on separate days, that is compound training. This combination of resistance training and plyometric exercise within a single training session is termed as complex training. We can also say this is termed as complex training. Next. In addition, in a recent survey study, it was reported that complex training was the most used form for application of plyometric training by practitioners in soccer. Means nowadays it is shown in various studies, various researches that alone plyometric training or alone resistance training is avoided, and both including both the training session in the same training session is used by foreign coaches, mostly in soccer or in various team games. Moreover, the use of complex training as an effective training modality to improve physical fitness performance across different populations, as shown in all these studies. However, it should also be noted that within a single session, the resistance training and plyometric exercise may be applied using different sequencing. For example, the resistance training exercise sets may be performed first, followed by the plyometric exercise sets at the end of session, which is termed as complex descending training. It has done in two forms. First, we have done resistance training, then plyometric training, then it is known as complex descending training. Then we perform plyometric first and then after resistance training, then it is known as complex ascending training. So these are various terms known as these types of training when we change the order of these trainings. So these are about the what is new form of strength training. We should include these training in our training athletes so
Excuse
that
me,
we can.
Aparna, are you able to hear us?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am is asking you to move on. Move on to the next slide. Go to the
Okay.
analysis part, please.
Next, sir. Next slide, please. So these are the various research. Now my conclusion, traditional strength training, as I have told, that is conducted in a straight set format in which all the sets for a given exercise and performed in succession before proceeding to the next exercise in the sequence. In general, the purpose of this is to promote maximal strength and muscular hypertrophy to improve physical performance, whereas contrast training is a combination of using high and low load in the same training session. The main benefit of contrast training is the neuromuscular phenomena known as post-activation potentiation. In the distinction between both the training method is the movement velocity at which the exercise is being performed. Incorporating both the training modalities within a single session would save time and may offer similar or even greater physical fitness benefit compared to conducting both the training session on separate days, that is compound training. And next slide, please. These are my references. These are my references from which I have collected my these data and these theoretical aspects. Thank you, sir, for giving me chance to present my paper on this international conference. May this paper benefit.
Thank you so much. It was a very
Thank
good
you, ma'am.
presentation. Yeah, it was very good. You have highlighted the traditional strength training as well, the contrast training, which is nothing but the resistance training. And you have well explained the benefits and all, which improves our quality of life. That was wonderful, Ms. Aparna Rati. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Now over to Rati.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this session. Well, now we are moving forward with the welcome of our another keynote speaker, Dr. Nikita Joshi Sonwal, Madam, Professor Sikkim Manipal, College of Physiotherapy, SMU. We will welcome ma'am. And now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jyotika Sharma ma'am to come over to welcome Dr. Nikita Joshi ma'am. Ma'am, please. Photo. Dr. Pratik. Ma'am, wait a minute, ma'am. I'll put. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now, over to the chairperson. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, with utmost respect, we wish to invite and welcome today's keynote speaker, Dr. Jyotika Sharma, Coordinator Behavior Management Psychology Courses, Sikkim Manipal University, Sikkim. And her topic is a way towards holistic health and wellness in India with reference to global health policies. Ma'am, please. We welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of everybody.
This is the right and right forward. No? Okay. This is. Good morning. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I'm using column I because I cannot stick to one side, so I will be moving.
Very much audible.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Actually, I don't like to stand on the stage. I would like to come here and talk. So, that would be, I'm sure you are listening. You are able to listen to me. You are able to hear me. Yeah, yeah. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome everyone to this session. And as you have seen, that my topic is, it's not working. So, this is I know, I'm quite loud. ठीक है, right? अच्छा, ऊपर जाऊं? Okay, right. So they have brought me back to the dais. Yeah, that's okay. Not an issue. So I'm talking about the way towards what are the global health policies. I'm not going into too deep, but I would just like to highlight some points here, wherein I will be talking about the means how some policies have been made and how India is following those guidelines, and how on personal level also we will be responsible for our own health. So this will be the flow of my contents, wherein I'll be talking about SDG 3, what are the goals related to that. I'll be talking about SDG target 3.4 specifically, definition of health, scenario in India, holistic health, what is holistic health, how do we call it and why do we call it, physical, emotional and mental wellness, which is the I would say that highlight or the main point of this particular theme of international conference, and conclusion. So what are the sustainable developmental goals 2030, which we are hearing now and then, and everyone is talking about that. Sustainable goals are basically 2030 agenda, which every country, there are pool of countries which have come together, and they have all talked about better health for the public and poverty, and ensure that all of the people enjoy peace and prosperity. They are collections of actually 17 goals, otherwise known as the global goals, with 169 targets, which we have to achieve over a period of time till 2030, out of which 3 goals solely focus on health, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all the age groups, for all the public people. SDG 3 comprises 13 targets, including 4 listed as means of implementation targets. And it would the target of 3.4 SDG is reduced by one third premature mortality
from non-communicable diseases, we call it NCD also, through prevention and treatment and promote mental health and well-being. The other selected goals which highlight are health-related targets, which include end of malnutrition in all type of forms in the age groups, right from the childhood to the adults. So what is the definition of health? We are talking about so much about SDG 3.4 basically here. That's the main point of my discussion today. So health is not the only absence of disease, that my body is not having any disease, so I am healthy. It's the combination of all three, which is given by WHO. The definition, they defined it as a dynamic state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. We also have including in that emotional wellness also, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So from this definition, we can just make out how mental health, how emotional health, how social health, and physical health, of course, is very important for all of us. So these are some global facts which I want to highlight here. Each year, 17 million people die from a NCD, non-communicable diseases, which we have seen in earlier slides. Before the age of 70, 86% of these premature deaths of all NCD deaths, 77% occur in low and middle income countries. And let me tell you, we are also in low and middle income countries. Cardiovascular diseases account for most NCD deaths, which is 17.9 million annually, followed by cancers, 9.3 million, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, 2 million, including kidney disease deaths, which is caused by diabetes. These four groups of diseases account for around 80% of all premature NCD deaths. Tobacco use, physical inactivity, I have put it in the bold letters and the bigger letters. The harmful use of alcohol and unhealthy diets, all they increase the risk of unhealthy living. So what are the facts in India? We have seen the global facts. Whether we are in line with whatever SDG 3s are saying or whatever the WHO data is saying, are we in line with that? So I have taken this particular reference from WHO report, which has been published in the year 2022 October to be precise. Total population is 1.4 I would say 14 crore here. Sorry, 141 crore, and population aged less than 20 is more than 20 is 34, and less than 60 is 10%. So you see how big young population we have in India, and we come under lower middle income group, our country basically. So what are the NCD mortalities in India? As per India, reports, you can see the red. If in this circle, if you can just observe, the portion in red is accounted to cardiovascular diseases. Means that is the highest. Means so many people die due to cardiovascular problems, health. Then cancers, second. And third is chronic respiratory diseases. These are all NCDs. And diabetes after that, which is a small portion, but that is the numbers are very big. We have other NCDs and injuries at the last portion of this circle, you can see. Now, prevalence of physical inactivity in India. Physical inactivity, it has been reported that in adolescents, basically from 11 to 17 years of age group, 72% of males are and 76% of females are inactive. They are not doing any type of physical activity. And in the age group of 18 plus, which is adult, 25% of males and 44% of females have been reported inactive. I mean, there are no physical activities which are which has been taken place by these people. And adults 70 plus, those who are 70 plus, 38% and 60% are reported. 38% are males, and 60% are females, which are called inactive, physically inactive in India. Now, direct healthcare cost. If you look at the total, money spent on these type of diseases, and how if people are inactive, how it can affect our social health, our economic health of the country, then you can see per year US dollar 3 billion, more than 3 billion is required, which will be spent over these type of diseases. So you can see how much we can save if we are taking care of ourselves. We are doing some sort of physical activity. We can take care of our mental health or emotional health, all whatever we have seen in the previous slides. These are the active environments which have been seen in India. That how national policy on walking and cycling is there any policy which has been made on cycling as a exercise? There is no policy per se, but people on their own or on their personal level, they are taking cycling as a exercise. National road safety strategies are made, yes. Street design standards for separate walking or separate cycling infrastructure or cycling lanes, I can say. You will see now almost all the metro cities, and even now we have seen in Sikkim also, they have been making along the highway, you can see a pedestrian street also. So yes, it is there. National policy on public transport, yes, it is there. Legislations on speed limits, driving and alcohol use, driving and drug use, driving and mobile phone use. These are all the policies which are already there in the policies in India. And we are following it also. We have seen every now and then people get challan, or people are caught for some violating the rules and all. Active societies changing knowledge and mindsets. Are we doing, or are there any policies, guidelines which are basically taking us towards good health, good mental health as well as physical health? Are there anything in place, or there are any guidelines which are there in place? National physical activity communication campaigns, they are run in India. There are on certain levels, we can say community level, we can say mohalla level, mohalla clinics. There are many states which are following that. With links to community programs, yes, we have in place. And it is also one of the best practices also are taking place there. I would not say everywhere, but some places which I'll be highlighting one or two case studies here. National mass participation events on physical activity is also there in place. Promotion of physical activity in workplace, childcare settings, through community sports, public open spaces, all these promotion of physical activity, they have been giving to the public. I mean, there are campaigns which are already there, and where there are the policies which people are, following in India. Brief intervention on physical activity in primary health. I mean, that is not up to the mark, I would say. More than 50% of facilities are taking that. More than 50% of facilities are basically on brief intervention of physical activity. Some people go with referral. Some people go on their own to primary health centers. Use of digital programs. You can see that every now and then in so many programs on digital platform or in movies, we can see so many ads. So it means the government is taking care of that. School-based approaches are there, wherein in the school itself, and it is mandatory now, every counselor has to be there, one counselor has to be there in schools, wherein special programs are running, or some special children are there who are studying. to identify them or to helping them with their mental health, or otherwise we have yoga instructors, we have physical education instructors in school. So it means on school level also we have so many programs which are taking place. Active system in national policy and governance, yes, it is there. So what is the way forward now? Why I have been talking about this, why I have seen all this data of global level as well as on Indian level, to look at the perspective why mental health, or for example, why the whole health is important. Mental health automatically becomes important when a person is physically healthy. For overall health we have to achieve, we have to be physically as well as mentally healthy. So there has been a proper, very progressive shift towards the health awareness now. Now most of the people, I am sure all of you, those who are there in the hall, online also, we all are educated lot, and we know the importance of education in health. Means we know that how health is important. But what is the case, or what is the scenario of people who are not educated? So how we can make them to this mainstream, or those who are not aware of the health importance, how to make them also bring, how we can bring them to this mainstream also, that is important. And that is how where we have to think that how we can bring them to our fold. So on personal level, on community level, and on the strategic level. Personal level I would come later. Community level, wherein involvement in local services, planning, delivery, monitoring, evaluation, whatever a government is making the policies, how much it has been taken to the normal people, panchayats, or community level, small clinics in every gully, every mohalla, every street, how we are reaching to people, that is where this comes. And there are strategic levels, which is on government policies, main policies, how it is combined with the national policies and international policies also, global policies also. That is where we can see how it can be worked. So this is the case study I was talking about. On community level, there is one village in Andhra, and this particular project is called Vishram. Vishram is Vidarbha Stress and Health Program, which is a community based program. This particular project was taken in the year 2014 and 15, wherein they have, before that there were many suicides by rural people, maybe farmers or maybe people from lower income strata. It was there. And they observed during whatever the survey was done. At that point there was so many mental health problems, so many mental health issues were there at that point of time. And once they have started with this particular project, that how they can help the rural people with better mental health, then they came up with this idea. And how after the program was over, after the project was over, they had found that this depression cases had fallen to half. Means whatever they were reported earlier, it was fallen to half. And the prevalence of there was a six-fold increase in the percentage of people seeking mental health care. Means those who were not coming forward earlier, they had started coming forward for taking the help of their problems, whatever mental health problems some people have. Earlier they were not even aware what is mental health. So how these teams reached to them? They had started making a sort of small teams. Those who visited households, those who visited every house, they had to make them aware. They made them aware that what is mental health, what are the intrusive thoughts, or how it can interfere with our day-to-day life, and how it can be helped. Kiske paas jana hai, with whom you can talk to. You can talk to the people who are there near you. So there were counselors who were trained by during this project only, and they were put there in these community centers. Especially, I'm talking about this particular village. So there, the trained counselor was there, and once they have given the psychological first aid, I mean, they had some problem with the their thoughts or with suicidal thoughts or their depression or stresses. So how to handle that? They were given training on that. They were given some help on that, and then after each of 30 villages, for one, it started with one village and then it spread over to 30 villages, and from there they have seen that this community health program is very successful. And similar similar community program is also one of the village, or there first in one village of Maharashtra, and then it was spread over to other villages in Maharashtra also. So this is a very successful, I would say, community health program. So similarly, we can also think over around our own, wherever we are staying or residing, we can think of doing some sort of help to people. Strategic level, if government is spending money, or government is investing money in mental health programs, how it can improve mental health can help each one of us on different levels: health impact, social impact, and economic impact. So you see, personal health will have a great impact on national economy. So once the money is spent on these type of policies by the government, we can have life expectancy more, we can have less suicides, we can also have health of others, like our children, our people around us, our family members. And social impact will be need for informal caregiving, means that would be reduced. बार बार हमें किसी को देखने की जरूरत नहीं है. The person, if he is healthy, he will take care of himself or herself. Social functioning will be more, because if person is not mentally healthy, he will not be able to have social life, very good social life, right? Household production will be more if the money is spent on mental health programs. And economic impact, everyone knows how it comes. Healthcare costs will be lesser, there will be less burden on the government, productivity will be more, output will be more, and investment will also be more in programs, as well as their their social life or their personal life, it will increase. And you can see the employment also gets better, the people will be able to work more, and people will be able to be present more in their workplace rather than absent, because absenteeism also will be a burden on government on economy, I would say. So these are the global mental health facts, because I was talking about the mental health here mainly, and it's highly prevalent. Mental health programs, mental health disorders are highly prevalent in almost all the countries of the world. And 1 in 8 people in the world with the mental disorder is there. This is what is the report I have got from WHO and UNDP and all. 12 billion work days are lost every year due to mental health problems. Both males and females. Anxiety disorders and depressive disorders are the most common things. Not able to hear? No. Yeah. टीम पे साउंड नहीं आ रहा.
माइक तो है जो आपके हाथ में है.
यहाँ
हेलो हेलो भाई. हेलो हेलो हेलो.
Hello, hello, test. Hello.
Or so, or more than 4 weeks, then there is a, you have to worry. Then there is a point to worry. And consequences, if we are not taking care of our child or our adolescents in that age group when he's having the mental health problems, if we are not taking care of that in that time, it will get more bad when he becomes an adult, because most of the mental health problems will be carried to the adulthood. When he becomes adult, there will be many personality disorders, there will be many other disorders which he may or she may have. So that would definitely impair his life. When he is an adult, he is not able to go and earn money, he is not able to put a, means he will not be able to lead a happy life if he or she is mentally not healthy. Violence, poverty, stigma, exclusion, and living in humanitarian and fragile settings, these all impact mental health. Therefore, the important role mental health plays in achieving global developmental goals SDGs, as illustrated by inclusion of mental health in the sustainable government goal by WHO. That is why it has been included in that. So what is holistic health and wellness? Because I have started with my topic holistic health and wellness. Holistic health, as we have already seen, interdependence of all three dimensions of our life, which is physical, mental, and emotional. There are many more, but I am not talking about all. I am only highlighting all these three, because these will take care of rest others. So I just want to show you this particular video of 2 minutes. Just have a look at that. I hope it works. क्या कह रहे? Because yesterday there was the issue.
No problem, ma'am. कितने रहो?
Please. So we have seen how, because I was starting with the physical health, I wanted to first speak about physical health. I didn't deliberately say anything because everyone knows about physical health here, and you all are from that particular field. So that is why I had not put much words here, and just wanted to show you this particular video how it helps us in having more good mental health as well as more emotional health. Now, what is emotional health? When we talk, see, most of our problems, whatever issues we have in day to day life, are due to the emotions. That is an underlying thing. Whatever emotions are generated day in day out, 24/7, 365 days, are affecting us, some way or the other. Now it is up to us how we are taking control of our emotions. If we are emotionally healthy, we will be able to have our good relationship with ourselves as well as for others. If we are having emotionally healthy mind, we will be able to interpret stressful situations in a positive manner, because everyone has problems in their lives. It's not that by thinking something or by thinking positive everything turns to positive. It doesn't happen that way. We all will have the problems, but how we react to those situations, how we are working on those situations, that is what is the emotional health. And our ability to regulate emotions will be able to help you navigate through the your daily life. It also improves our ability to ask for help. If you are emotionally healthy, you will not feel as if it is a taboo to ask for the help. If I am not having a proper mental health, or if I am facing some problems in my mental health, I'm having a lot of stress, I'm having a lot of depression. See, small stresses are life, are part of our lives. Every day we have some or the other stress, because if stress is not there, we will not be having our full potential. We will not be able to do anything what we are doing as per our 100% effort. So stress has to be there, but it should be a good stress, not a bad stress. So good stress is basically eustress. And then if you are emotionally healthy, considering that suicide ranks as a leading cause of death in many countries, and I am talking about developed countries here, I would tell you a recent report of South Korea, which is the highest death rates in suicides. Means whatever deaths are happening there, that is all because of suicide. That is the highest there. Second comes the Japan. You know, it is a developed country again. So you can see how developed countries having more of mental health problems than lower middle or lower income group countries are having their own issues, because they are not having financial financial I would say facilities which will be helping them in a good health or good life. But developed countries don't have the financial issues also, but still they are having a lot of stresses, lot of depressions, because the lifestyles which they have now, or whatever they have, the luxuries of life, or whatever they have to do for their kids or their assets or whatever they are making in their lives, that is also cause of their stresses and their depressions now. And in spite of having everything, all the luxuries of life, still people are not happy. Why? Because there is something called emotional as well as the mental health. It means there is some gap between their health system. Something they are not taking care of that area of their lives. That is why it is very important. And I just want to show you one more video here of emotional health, how it helps us in getting better. If we are emotionally healthy, if we are emotionally sound, how it helps us to.
issues with the mental health. So persistent sadness that lasts for 4 weeks and more. Withdrawing from avoiding social interactions. People and children sometimes are not very happy to go in parties, or they are avoiding to go with you to markets or social functions. Outbursts of extreme irritability. Many a times children will be showing you irritability. Just many people think that it is just, he is just showing some tantrums. Actually, he is not having some sound mind there. Of out of control behavior which can be harmful, drastic mood changes he or she might have in behavior as well as in personality. Otherwise he was all okay, but all of a sudden he is trying and behaving in some other manner, all opposite to him. Changes in eating habits, sometimes he is eating too much or he is not eating at all. So that also will be there is a point where you can pay attention to. Loss of weight is happening. Difficulty in sleeping, the person or the child is not able to sleep properly. Frequent headaches and stomach aches. This is very common in people those who are having stresses, those who are having depressions of long term. Many times they will have unsaid aches. They are having pains in their, even if they have gone for all sort of tests and the medical test, everything has happened, but still they are having, headache, or they are having some pain somewhere in the body. Difficulty concentrating, changes in academic performance, those who are going to school or they are just not attending colleges, missing school or missing job also. Also there is some issue with the mental health. Hurting oneself, or talking about hurting oneself, or suicidal thoughts. So these are all to pay attention to. These are the warning signs, I would say the red flags. But just because this happens on everyday basis with people, it does not mean that everyone is not well or everyone is having some mental health issue. I'm saying if the condition persists more than 4 weeks, then it is a cause of concern. So I'm just skipping that particular video, and I would just come here that how we can help ourselves or our friends or our children how to have a better mental health to navigate their lives very healthily. Talk to someone for support if people are having friends or if they are having someone to talk to. If they don't have anyone, they can always go to the therapist or a counselor if the things are going out of control. Get closer to the nature. So they have said that people who have nature around them, or who like gardening, or who do gardening, or who are having pets at home, they are better at their mental health than others. They will be having better coping strategies than others, those who are not having these type of opportunities. But back on social media, it's very important these days. Everyone is on social media. So you have to instruct yourself that how you can put this in your phone in drawer at night so that no notification, no calls, and put it on bedtime mode so that you are not getting any calls. Or because as soon as you get a notification ting, it tings in your mind also. So you start, looking for that message. Oh, what is the message? It may be a spam also. Eating, very important. Everyone knows why diet is important, why some sort of food is important, how they help us in having our better health in bones or immunity or heart or muscles and other body systems. Why it is important that you know, and what all should be the combination of food in our day-to-day diet. Exercising, I need not say much here about exercising. You all are from this field. You are very well aware of this particular component of our health and how it helps us. Is very important because most of the time nowadays the life is so fast and we have so many stresses that most of the time we don't have a good sleep also. Sometimes only 4 hours or 5 hours, especially in the younger generation, if I would say. They would sleep at 2 o'clock, 2 or 2:30, and then they will keep sleeping till 10 or 11, and they are missing on classes many a times, and there are certain times which should be devoted to your activities, but that time is missed in these type of activities, and the person is just sleeping over. Body self repair takes place when you are sleeping. Your tissues are repairing themselves when you are sleeping. So it's very important to take nap of around 7 to 9 hours. It depends. If you are getting a sound sleep, even I think 5 to 6 hours also is very healthy. Have a sleep schedule. That is very important. Go to sleep each day on same time. Have a sleep schedule so that the body is in that exercise. Way to reduce stress that we have already seen in that video, so I will not repeat that. But I will only highlight that when we are stressed, many a times the younger generation, especially the children, or I would say the adolescents or young adults, because they have so much in their platter that they are not able to think clearly. So that if they are not able to think clearly they take help of substance use. So they use substance, sometimes they use drugs, sometimes alcohol, sometimes smoking. They say that the smoking, if I am smoking, my all the worries are gone. It does not happen that way. That everyone knows. Most of us know that, but still it is prevalent. Still people are not able to understand that. They are not able to guide themselves through that. So it's very important that do not get into these type of coping mechanisms, and then use mindfulness. What is mindfulness? Mindfulness is take care of your moment by moment awareness of your thoughts, feelings, body sensations, surrounding environments, and look around you. Just don't go by. If I would ask the audience here, how many of you while coming, how many of you have seen what all plants were there on the way? And I would say that, do you remember? Anyone remembers what was the color of the flower, or what type of the leaves, shapes were there? Very less people pay attention to that. But if you are mindful, you will definitely pay attention to those things. So it's very important not only in the nature around you, inside you also. If you are not feeling, or some sort of feeling is coming at any situation, just detach yourself for some time and look at the problem or that issue from the far. Means if it is happening to someone else, that whatever feeling you are getting, and name that feeling. And if you are not happy, you will say to yourself that I am not feeling happy, or I am feeling sad. When you feel that, when you have this type of mindfulness, you will do better in the coming days. But this has to be habit. This is a habit which has to be inculcated. It can be done. It helps in your improving relationships, reducing stress, bolsters cognitive flexibility. Very important. Mindfulness is nowadays it is research, backed, and then it can be seen. Increase emotional reactivity. You will not be so reactive in emotional situations, and you will be able to cope up with the situations better. So this is very important that I would like to conclude here that if you choose healthy lifestyle, wherein if you don't want to get the part of 38 million people who are suffering with one or the other chronic condition, if we don't want to be part of that, we have to choose a healthy lifestyle which comprises of physical, emotional, social, and emotional health. So that is very important. And since government has already made so many guidelines, I have already shown the data that how they are starting with the industries and better healthcare system by setting up new aims, especially in India. I am talking about here. And there is now new education policy 2020 which has come recently, and which has already
it has been stated or it has been reported in that report yesterday. I was going through one report of government wherein children are, they already have recognized that children are not able to learn optimally when they are undernourished or unwell. So that is important here. But they have now taken cognizance of this particular matter or this particular topic that health is important. Why health is important? Because if they have to become citizens of a good country or the country has to progress, the health of people is very important. And health, not only physical, emotional health as well as mental health also. So with this, I would conclude this talk. Thank you for patient hearing. I would say I have taken a little longer, but that is how it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Jatika Sharma. That was an excellent presentation, Madam Dr. Jatika Sharma. It was really a brainstorming session, and you have well highlighted the Sustainable Development Goal 2030. By this is a SDG 2030, made everyone to reminded of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam mission. Really, it was wonderful, and all these words transforming the country into developed nation. And as you all know that holistic health and wellness is sustained by many facts like physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, everything. You have to bring it to the optimal level. So this is the time. Let's all join hands together to bring our nation to greater heights. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Is there any questions to be asked from the audience side? Yeah, please. You can come forward and ask. Yeah, please. Have the mic. No problem. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very nice presentation. With you, I was asking all of our teachers for a point. And in your presentation, you showed a point that Japanese, in Japan, suicide rate is comparatively high. We also know this. Suicide, comparatively high. We also know this. Is it for this problem that they develop nation and they do not take regular activities regularly? They take the help from robot or other technology. Is it?
It can be that way also, but I would say that in their society, basically their community, they have this because because I have seen Japanese culture from very near. I have seen in the sense because my daughter was there, so I had the inside news also. Their society is not like very traditional like us. They are also very rigid with their children. Their children should be getting higher marks, or they should be doing well in their life, like in our country or in our neighboring countries, if we say. The same type of expectations are there from the children, and they have a lot of pressure on their child. If the child is not doing well, he will be a sort of socially isolated. They will not take care of him. They will, put them in one room and say, you study and you have to have good marks. So if this type of environment is given to a child or adolescent, obviously the mental health will go haywire. That is where we have to check. We have to see that how we can help them. So that is one reason.
We have another information. Japanese family structure is very another part from our Bengali or Indian culture. We know that if there any son or daughter got married, then they took him other side, apart him from his family. That means aloneness is one of most culture in Japan. It could be a problem. Aloneness.
Another problem, because as such we know that now their population is also declining, and they have more of old population.
Yes.
So youngsters are not there. So those who are there, they are being pressurized by their, whosoever is there in surrounding.
Can we say in large age or higher age, 60 to 70, most of our people, or your male or female, mainly want to play with their grandchild. But Japanese are maybe they don't get this chance to play with them. Is it, ma'am? Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, and as the session requires some buffering time, so we are breaking the session for tea. Okay, we request all of you to have tea, which is kept in the prescribed hall. Please. Thank you.
Ma'am, you also join, please. This. Like coffee. Dr. Sumit Dikshit? Dr. Sumit Dikshit, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Dr. Rakesh.
Okay, sir. You can start your demonstration, sir. Like you test your PPT and all, so that while you're
Should I share the PPT from here?
yeah.
Okay. Let me try that. Is my slide visible?
Yeah, visible, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir. Now the tea break is going on. You just
Okay.
finish your after this tea break. There are two presentation. One is student presentation, and one is keynote presentation.
Okay.
Then
So
after
around 12.
around 12, it will be your presentation, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay. Thank
So
you, sir.
should I stop sharing my screen
Yes.
right
Yes,
now?
sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Stop.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
No.
In end stage renal disease, a pre-post study. Yeah, please carry on.
So, good afternoon, everyone, respected delegates. So, chronic kidney disease, which is the absence of kidney function or damage in kidneys for more than 3 months, is chronic kidney disease, and it is a tremendous public health problem globally, also in India, with a percentage of 17.2% effect in India. So, hemodialysis is the most common and the major treatment part for chronic kidney disease or the patients who have end-stage renal disease. For hemodialysis, the session goes on for about 3.5 hours to 4 hours for more than 2 times or 3 times per week. So, because of the major treatment option that is hemodialysis, there is increase in sedentary behavior in those kind of patients. So, decreased physical activity and health-related quality of life is very common in such kind of population. So, increase in physical activity in terms of aerobic exercise, with the help of aerobic exercises, resistance training, or even with the combined training, we aim to help those patients have a better effect in their quality of life and physical function. Which brings me to the objective of the study, which is to determine the effectiveness of intradialytic aerobic and resistance exercises on functional capacity and health-related quality of life on patients within 8 weeks in ESRD patients undergoing hemodialysis of a tertiary care hospital in Gangtok, Sikkim. 8 weeks of aerobic and resistance exercises will not have any significant effect on improving functional capacity and health-related quality of life in ESRD patients receiving hemodialysis is the null hypothesis, and the alternative hypothesis is that 8 weeks of aerobic and resistance training is going to have a significant improvement in the functional capacity and health-related quality of life. So, this is an interventional study with a pre-post study design, which has been conducted in the dialysis unit of CRH Hospital, Gangtok, for a duration of from October 2022 to January 2023. The total enumeration is the sample size, and with the sampling method as purposive sampling. It has been registered under the clinical trials of government and also approved by the Institutional Ethical Committee of SMIMS. So, ESRD patients undergoing hemodialysis for more than 3 months has been recruited in this study of both the genders and of ages above 18 years. Any unstable cardiac conditions or any mobility problems, those kind of patients who have neurological cognitive deficits are removed from the study, as in they are not recruited in the study. So all participants fulfilling eligibility criteria and the ones who have given written informed consent had been incorporated in the study. The intervention which I have been providing to the patients is for a duration of 8 weeks, that is 2 months, 3 times per week for a duration of 30 minutes per session. So this is just a summary of the exercise protocol that I have been using on the patients. In terms of aerobic exercises, cycle ergometer is being used to with the patients with a proper amount of warm up and cool down sessions. Also for the resistance training, therabands and weight cuffs have been used. So here are the pictures depicting resistance exercises using therabands both for upper limbs and lower limbs, and also cycling, which is the aerobic exercises given to the dialysis patients. These are the instruments used in the study. So coming to the results, this is a preliminary analysis of 15 participants with mean age 51.07 plus minus 10, with 86.7% being male and 13.3% being female. All of the participants accomplished 8 weeks of intervention, only of one which had to drop out of the study because of residential issues. The main finding of the study showed that there were significant improvements in the outcome measures, which were 6-minute walk distance, tug test, and muscle strength, which was assessed using the handheld dynamometers. So there were significant improvements in the main outcome measures. There was differences in the mean of the health-related quality of life, but they were not statistically significant. Here's the descriptive characteristics of the participants. So this is the table showing effectiveness of interdialytic exercises on outcomes from baseline, 4th week and 8th week. So there were a total of 5 to 6 outcome measures. The primary were 6-minute walk distance, tug test, handheld dynamometer, blood pressure, also health-related quality of life. All of these outcome measures was first assessed in the baseline, then 4th week, then 8th week. All of them were assessed by a blinded assessor. So as you can see, there are significant differences in the 6-minute walk distance, tuck test, shoulder flexion, elbow flexion, that is the muscle strength, which was assessed using Haldane dynamometer. So there were significant changes because the p-value was less than 0.05. Coming to the discussion, based on this result, there was significant improvement in physical function, functional capacity. Also, there were decrease, like there were no improvement in the health-related quality of life. We think maybe the 8 weeks was not enough for those patients to have a difference in any kind of statistical significance or clinical significance in terms of health-related quality of life. But there were good improvement in terms of physical action, physical activity. So, similar studies also show that the practice of physical activity with cycle ergometer increases oxygen consumption, quadriceps resistance time, and strength improves fatigability. Previous studies also reported statistical insignificant improvements in health-related quality of life. As I've already mentioned, 8 weeks might not be quite enough for improvement in quality of life for those kind of patients. So also during the study, there were no reported adverse events, which make it quite safe and efficient for those kind of population. So we would suggest, therefore, a progressive, individualized exercise regimen comprising of both aerobic and resistance exercises for a minimum period of 8 weeks during hemodialysis proves to be beneficial for the dialysis population and can be incorporated into routine standard care of such patients for improvements in functional capacity and muscle strength. So coming to the limitations of the study, because the study was a preliminary analysis, this is the preliminary analysis, so the study period was quite short. And it was also conducted in one single dialysis center, so that's the limitation. Suggestion for future research, exercise interventions for more than 8 weeks might not be enough in order to see clinically statistical differences in terms of quality of life. Due to a short period of due to a short study period, analysis of exercise compliance and adherence, along with identifying the barriers to such kind of exercises, were not done in the study, which can be a potential option for future studies. So in accordance with the preliminary findings, intradialytic exercises, that is the exercises performed during the dialysis session of dialysis population or end-stage renal kidney disease patients, are effective and safe to be considered to be incorporated in the regular standard routine care of such patients. So we would suggest that it is quite beneficial for the patients. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tasni Rahman Prasad. Such a wonderful study you have taken and something different and unique study you have taken.
Yes,
and we need to appreciate her because you have taken a study to all dialysis patients. So something different, and you have also highlighted the benefits of implementing the aerobic exercises, which reduces the systolic and diastolic pressure. That's excellent study. Which really we need to appreciate her. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions to be asked?
How many patients?
So actually this is the total enumeration. So we are doing a preliminary analysis. So this analysis is based on only 15 patients as of now. 15, sir, because yes, sir. Yeah, so later on will be more because this is just a preliminary. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes,
You
please.
have taken a study on intradialytic aerobic. I would like to know what are the intradialytic patients?
Yeah, so there were a lot of studies in the literature that I have researched. There were a lot of studies regarding the interdialytic, that is the exercises performed between the dialysis sessions. They are also quite beneficial, but since these are quite critical patients, when we are performing exercises within the dialysis unit under the vision of the staff members present there under our supervision. So when we perform exercises in a controlled environment, then it is quite safe also for the patients and effective. Yeah, exactly. Monitoring is better in terms of intradialytic exercises. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. इसमें नहीं
I think
आगे पीछे करना पड़ेगा। पॉइंटर है ना, पॉइंटर आगे पीछे कीजिए। मैं बताता पहले।
I take great pleasure in inviting keynote speaker, session, Dr. Nikita Joshi, novel, for the capacity of professor. She's going to present the topic on positive effect of physiotherapy on health, outcomes, and quality of life. And I'd like to say that Nikita Joshi's novel is working in Manipal physiotherapy. Please, ma'am, you can start.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very good morning to all of you. My topic of presentation, as ma'am said, that is a positive effect of physiotherapy on health outcomes and quality of life. We all are all in a state of constant change, and if we do not keep moving through it, we will stagnate. And here, that is how role of physiotherapy come into play. So, according to WPC, World Confederation of Physical Therapy, physiotherapy is a healthcare profession concerned with human function and movement and maximizing physical potential. It is concerned with identifying and maximizing quality of life and movement potential with the sphere of promotion, prevention, treatment or intervention, habilitations and rehabilitation. They also help the people at any stage of life when movement and functions are threatened by aging, injury, diseases, disorder conditions, or environmental factors. It uses physical approaches to promote, maintain, and restore physical, psychological, and social well-being, taking into account various in health status. Physiotherapy can undertake a comprehensive examination and assessment of patient or client or need of a client group. They evaluate the findings from the examination and assessment to make clinical judgment regarding patient or clients. They formulate a diagnosis, prognosis, and planning. They provide consultation within their expertise and determine when patient or client need to be referred or another healthcare to another healthcare professional. They implement interventions or treatment program. They determine the outcome of any interventions or treatment and make recommendation for self-management. Now, who need physiotherapy? It is a misconception that physiotherapy is only for sports person or people with an injury. In fact, it is a people for all ages to improve the overall health of a body, take care of patient in all phases of healing from initial diagnosis to restorative and preventive stage of recovery. Physical therapy sometimes may stand alone options or it may support other treatment. The focus of physiotherapy is to help improve or restore mobility, strength, movement, range of motions, overall functioning, quality of life. It also aims to decrease pain and prevent further injuries. Because the body of knowledge of physiotherapy is quite large, physiotherapist tends to specialize in specific clinical areas such as musculoskeletal physiotherapy, cardiopulmonary physiotherapy, neurological physiotherapy, pediatric physiotherapy, sports medicine, rheumatic disease physiotherapy, geriatric physiotherapy, women's health, and oncology. Let us understand how the physiotherapy benefits under broad aspects. Although physical therapies may not directly and independently treat the medical conditions other than pure musculoskeletal conditions, they work to optimize recovery or educate a person on how to optimize their movement patterns. In terms of pain, some pain requires prescription medications or surgery to improve, while other type of pain can benefit from physical therapy and exercise. According to Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they suggested that it is an effective option for managing pain instead of opiates. Studies also have shown that chronic low back pain, that early physical therapy interventions decrease opiate use in both short-term and long-term. They also uses various treatment technique to reduce acute and chronic pain, which includes therapeutic exercises, stretching, electrotherapeutic modalities, taping, cold and heat therapy, mobilization, and manipulations. We all have witnessed the lung capacity and cardiovascular function during this pandemic COVID-19. The cardiopulmonary therapist has a significant role in breathing retraining and helps to remove secretions and also reduce acute respiratory distress like symptoms. They also play a significant role in the management of various conditions such as asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, coronary artery diseases, cystic fibrosis, and post-myocardial infarction. They are pioneering in new management technique for non-organic respiratory problems like hyperventilation and other stress-related disorders, as well as leading the development of cardiopulmonary rehabilitation and non-invasive ventilations. They promote to reduce breathlessness, increase functional capacity, they reduce the exacerbation of conditions, and thereby reduce the number of hospital admission. It also enhances the mental well-being and improves the quality of life. There's a common perception about physiotherapy as a provider for treatment intervention, sports physiotherapy as a provider for treatment intervention related to specific injuries. But from recent studies showed much bigger role in supporting uninjured athletes. Prevention and management of injuries resulting from sports and exercise participation at all ages and at all level of ability. They provide evidence-based advice on safe participation in sports and exercises. They promote an active lifestyles to aid individuals in improving and maintaining their quality of life and enhance their performance. So the essential role of sports physiotherapy is to provide treatment and rehabilitation of injuries and also provide support for performance through injury prevention, maintenance, and recovery interventions. So therefore, the role of sports physiotherapy involves injury treatment, injury prevention, rehabilitation, and performance enhancement. Now, under neurological conditions, they are such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and issue related to spinal cord injuries. The studies in review were 2017 showed that 4 weeks of gait training or 8 weeks of balance training can have a positive effect that lasts for 3 to 12 months after physical therapy session ended. And more specifically, research saw reduction of falls for up to 12 months and improvement in gait performance and walking capacity for up to 6 months after training. Common symptoms where physical therapy can help as balance, weakness, coordination, spasticity, flexibility, aerobic endurance, fatigue, and respiratory function. Debilitating symptoms related with arthritis such as rheumatic arthritis or osteoarthritis causes joint pain, tenderness, swelling, and stiffness. According to Arthritis Foundation, they have shown that physiotherapy can help improve mobility and restore the uses of affected joint, increase overall health strength to help support joint and maintain fitness level, help reduce symptom severity, as well as boost overall quality of life. Now, under pregnancy, birth, menopause, abdominal surgeries, and other conditions which may change intra-abdominal pressure or tension of the pelvic floor muscles. When the damage is significant, pelvic floor muscles may weaken, lose the ability to fully support the pelvic organ, which causes urinary incontinence, low backache, sexual dysfunction, pelvic pressures, and prolapse. So, according to 2019 review, pelvic floor physical therapist as a treatment for pelvic floor dysfunction has benefit of all above symptoms as a first-line treatment for most pelvic floor disorders. Now coming to last, post-recovery surgery. This is recommended for both pre and post-surgical procedures. Depending on the injury and overall health, treatment can last for few weeks to several months. So again, here also treatment is designed to improve range of motions, reduce pain, prevent excessive scar buildup, restore strength, and allow for gradual return to everyday activities. Studies also have shown that early mobilization and physical therapy for critically ill patients who were hospitalized led to a better quality of life, higher likelihood of walking long distances, and better muscle function upon discharge. With continued intervention of therapeutic management, physical therapists can be able to provide patients to regain confidence, prevent further deteriorations, boost endurance, improve pain endurance, better movement, and thereby improving balance, posture stability, and thus prevent reduction of falls. Now, how physiotherapy has fit in earlier days to present days. Over the 20th century, healthcare priorities shifted from prevention, cure, and management of acute infection condition to present-day focus on the prevention, cure, and management of lifestyle conditions in high-income countries and increasingly in middle and lower-income countries. Therefore, the role of physiotherapy on health as promotions for lifestyle, as prevention and disease injury and illness as rehabilitations. So in the past, physiotherapy were acknowledged during the Second World War and in polio cases. Now presently, the physiotherapy has been acknowledged as health promoter. With the inclusion of International Classification of Functioning and Health Framework by WHO in 2001, it has provided a broad understanding of any conditions under 4 domains such as physical, mental, social, and functional health. So this framework has basically designed for individual specific and focus on well-being rather than disease and deficit. So this became a part of public health initiatives and aim to include all aspects of life in the assessment of person's health and need for rehabilitation or habilitations. So this is the ICF framework where our role is clear under health conditions which may be disease or disorders. So our body functions and structures as well as activities. So here the physiotherapy role has an important role to play. So the role of physiotherapy as ICF model as assessment, behavior counseling as well as prescriber. So this is one of the ICF model in musculoskeletal conditions, especially osteoarthritis or rheumatoid arthritis, where the body functions, where our main role as pain, range of motions, muscle weakness, coordination deficit, problem with energy and drive functions, and sleep disturbance. When we are taking care of this area, so person naturally activities will improve in terms of mobility, standing, walking, use of transportations, grasping, handling of objects, activities of daily living such as washing, dressing, shopping, etc. will be there. Whereas the participation is purely up to the patient role where they have to work under it based on the continued motivation. They achieve these participant activities also. Whereas the environmental factor and personal factor has also equally role where we don't have much control, where the governmental organization has a big role for environmental factors. Whereas personal factor, again, it comes into play for the patient, where they have to go for the health behavior, coping strategies, and multimorbidity, age, and gender are equally taken into account. Now, under the global scenario, apart from other regular ongoing conditions, Chartered Society of Physiotherapy have highlighted the role of physiotherapy into following public health conditions such as cancer survivorship, cardiac rehabilitation, COPD, dementia care, falls and frailty, obesity, and occupational health. As per WHO Global Status Report on Non-Communicable Disease in 2014, India accounts 60% of all death in India. There is a 2/3 of total death due to non-communicable disease in Southeast Asia region, where the cardiovascular disease is the highest, followed by cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and diabetes. Burden of disease in India is unaccountable. It may be in the form of anxiety and stress, work-related musculoskeletal disorders, disabled populations such as spinal cord injury, cerebral palsy, traumatic brain injury are ample. Disease again burden in two forms, maybe in the behavioral form or in the metabolic form. So now coming to public health, which has a three aspects: health improvement, which makes the enabling people to better their own health and well-being; health promotions, which ensure the integrity of environmental factors and preventing the transmission of communicable diseases; and improving services, which establish the systematic provision to do both of the above effectively. And with unique skills, physiotherapy has an invaluable contribution to make in each of these areas, creating huge opportunities for the professions. So the role of physiotherapy in global health are the key members of collaborative interpersonal teams due to their broad scope of practice, prevention and management of non-communicable disease and lifestyle-related conditions, prevention of incidents such as workplace injuries, infection control, maternal and child health. So need to see the process as continuum starting from mitigating risk factor to provision of physiotherapy intervention in every single stage of prevention to enable patient return to their lifestyle or most importantly return to work. Rehabilitation practice relevance should involve awareness program among patient treatment plan care, aware and impactful for providing rehabilitation with medical care, participatory and impactful through development of care plan, and high impact through prevention, mitigation, identifications, and treatment. So this is again model of intervention in some non-communicable disease. Here, how we can utilize this model of intervention in some NCDs such as diabetes mellitus through awareness among general public, aware and impactful through how to reduce importance of early diagnosis, participatory and impactful through importance of weight loss, diet, exercises, need for complications and screening, and high impact can be awareness of complications, need for early detections, awareness of potential acute changes. Now the use of motivational is the one of the factor which physiotherapists often considered. So motivating the patient for prevention of inactivity and adherence to physiotherapy are incorporating through various strategies such as use of biopsychosocial model of care, which has shown that it is a better patient outcome when used alongside traditional physiotherapy. There are 4 psychological strategies which have shown to have a positive influence on exercise behavior, self-determination theory, social cognitive theory, cognitive behavioral theory, and motivational interviewing, which we use generally we use all this in whether individually or sometimes we overlap with all 4 also. It is important to understand the vicious cycle of inactivity and its consequences to physical activity and its benefit. Now it is high time to stop being reactive and be proactive and predictive. So these are the few benefits of physical activity where we can see the importance of being active have several health benefits. We should make sure to get up and move around after every 30 minutes while sitting, Inculcate the habit of recreational or exercises 2 to 3 times in a week. At least involve aerobic exercise or recreational exercise 3 to 5 times in a week, and also should commit to walk as much as possible. This is the ideal position while sitting in front of computer to prevent from work-related musculoskeletal disorders. This is a benefits. Sorry. This is the physical activity benefits. Physical activity benefits which has been shown for the small children to adult and geriatric group. So at least for children, they should have at least 3 hours of minimum activity they are supposed to incorporate. Whereas for the adult and geriatric group, 150 minutes, 150 times heart rate is very, very important per week is essential. 75 to 150. The studies also showed that there are evidence to improve pain severity, physical functions, and quality of life in chronic pain with the use of yoga, tai chi, physical activity and exercises, and Pilates. To summarize, physiotherapy is a science-based profession and takes a holistic approach towards a healthy lifestyle to prevent and manage disease and pain from normal functioning of the body. They tailor the program depending upon the medical conditions, illness, injuries of all ages. Therapy sessions help the people to return to their prior level of functioning, encourage activities, lifestyle changes that can help prevent further injury and improvement, and overall health and well-being. They provide integrated multidisciplinary care aimed at recovery of the whole person by addressing the individual's physical, emotional, vocational, medical, and social needs. The physiotherapists have the potential to make a substantial impact on individual, community, and public health. Their holistic, psychosocial, non-invasive approach, professional autonomy, specialist knowledge and skill set, relatively prolonged patient contact time, varied clinical practice, and populations and settings places the physiotherapist in the ideal position for widespread promotions of physical activity. To conclude, physiotherapy does not just mean more healthy people, but more productive people who can contribute to country's economy. Their services are provided in the atmosphere of trust and respect for human dignity and underpinned by social clinical reasoning and scientific evidence. The message is clear. Physiotherapists are the movement, physical activity and exercise experts and a resource in the battle against some of the communicable and most of the non-communicable diseases that should never be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. It was wonderful. And again, it is a different study, unique study related to medical field. And also, of course, the medical field will be favored in the absence of physiotherapy, as well the rehabilitation aspect. Of course, we do agree with you. And also, you have well highlighted the prevention, cure, and management, which plays a major role towards the physical education fraternity. And also, you have spoken about ICF, model in musculoskeletal condition in terms of improving movements, and we have to encourage the physical activity to indulge for various movements apart from the sedentary life and everything. And also, you have highlighted the benefits of the significance of physical activity is very much important to the present society, which will help to bring the quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any questions to be asked from the audience? Ma'am, my side, for asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of physiotherapy you will advise, recommend?
So, ma'am, that has to go with the kind of how much breathing difficulty they are facing also. For asthma, there are various relaxation position techniques are also available. So, which they have to incorporate when they develop an asthmatic attack. So, that position itself will give them the relaxation structures, and the slow pulse breathings are recommended also when they are developing this attack.
We are not asking chronic patients, right? In the beginning, like,
How to identify mutation?
This type of breathing, everything we will make out no.
Yes.
For that, in the beginning stage itself, what kind of exercises you will recommend?
Exercise, basically we want a low pace of exercises, because the more they will faster they will develop hyperventilations also. So in that situation we have to be extra cautious. So low pace activities, and area where there is a more of pollen things, more of dust areas, they are supposed to be allergic to areas, they should avoid also those activities. That they should always have when in case they develop any attacks also.
Thank you, Doctor. Nikita. And we'll move on to the next speaker, next keynote speaker.
Yeah, ready.
Hello. It's really a great pleasure inviting, and we welcome Dr. Sumit Dikshit, keynote speaker for this session, and he's holding the capacity of Associate Professor, Community Medicine, working in Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, and he's going to present a topic on physical activity towards healthy aging. Use it or lose it. Sir, please, sir, you can proceed with the topic. We welcome you again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. A very good afternoon to each and everyone present in the conference room. Let me first congratulate the organizers for organizing such an nice conference on such a nice topic of relevant to the present public health context of India and even global importance. The talk of my presentation today is physical activity towards healthy aging, use it or lose it. But before I begin the talk, I would like to draw your attention toward this thought. The thought is the role reversal. Actually, most of us are working in healthcare system, even in different capacities. So the thought is about role reversal. At present, we are healthcare providers. We are preaching others to how to remain healthy. But it's a fact that we all are vulnerable. At any point of time, any moment, we can turn into patients. And for this reason, we have a responsibility towards us because we all are vulnerable. So this presentation targets each one of us which are listening to this talk today. So now let me start. I'm pretty sure that you all are aware that the NCDs have become a very significant public health problem, especially in last 2-3 decades. Earlier it was communicable diseases, and now the top causes of mortality and morbidity are non-communicable diseases. It was an pan-India study done by ICMR, and we can see that even rural areas are no exception, and NCDs like diabetes are increasing in rural areas as well. The place I belong to, Lucknow, it has a prevalence of 21% diabetics among adult population. So every fifth individual is diabetic in Lucknow at present. And even in southern states, northern states, eastern states, the situation is somehow same everywhere. So why this epidemiological transition happened? Why last 2 decades sudden increase in non-communicable disease, and why this transition was so exponential? That is the main thing we should understand. Let me tell you that life expectancy in our country and even globally has increased way beyond. Say in 1900, at the time of independence, it was around just 35-40 years, but now the average life expectancy is around 70 years or even more than that. And this can be attributed to medical interventions, vaccine, antibiotics. Now, what it leads to, if life expectancy will be more, obviously, most of us can expect to live up to higher age groups, to the advanced ages. And what happens with advancing age, there is the functional capacity of each organ. Say there are nephrons, neurons, mineral deposits in brains. What happens? The functional unit of each and every organs, it declines with aging. And when it comes below a certain level, below the threshold, the chronic diseases surfaces out. So what we can accept, India is a young nation at present. We have a huge proportion of young adults, but what is going to happen in next 2-3 decades? The young population will grow old. So obviously what we can predict for about our future is that the non-communicable diseases, the chronic diseases are going to increase in very huge number. We have become diabetic capital, and in next 2-3 decades, the situation even will become worse if the appropriate action is not taken. This is one of the favorite slide. This is circle of life. Apart from we can see that life begins and how it goes in different stages, and we can easily equate with our lives. So when life expectancy will be more, chronic diseases will increase. But there is another concern, especially for a population like us. What is the problem? Let me tell you, every day we witness a young male of 20 years, 25 years coming to the casualty with MI. A young man, 35 years, suffer from stroke. So this is a very common situation these days in the hospitals. So if our lifestyle will not be appropriate, the diseases which should be happening at around 55, 60 because of the aging problem, but now they are happening in very early ages, say 20, 25 years. And that is the early age mortality or premature mortality is very important concern for all of us. I would like to again repeat this sentence that early age mortality, premature mortality is a very important concern for all of us. What happens if actually I was seeing the last presentation, many things have been covered, and I'm pretty sure that in last 2 days most of the things would have been covered, but as a public health professional, I have no hesitation in repeating that. What happens? Indian population, we witness incidence of these chronic diseases 10-15 earlier as compared to our white counterparts. Early incidence results into early complications, because say a disease happens now, if it's not under control, the complication will start occurring say in 10-15 years. So early incidence means early complications. If a person suffers from diabetic at the age of 30, he will have complications like nephropathy, retinopathy, neuropathy at the age of 45. So this is the problem. And the impacts are not only on the person himself, his quality of life, his productivity, but on the family. The family suffer, the whole family suffers, because I have seen cases where they have to sell their property, their jewelry, to uh, take a treatment for these diseases. So impact on the family, and beyond that, impact on the growth and development of the country. So we should focus on the bigger picture, bigger impact. So when we talk about these non-communicable diseases, what's the risk factor? What are the factors which lead? What are the determinants? So there are two important things. One is biology. All of us are aware about it. So our genetical makeup is one thing. Second is our behavior. Let me tell you that to change a person's behavior is the most difficult thing to do as far as public health is concerned. But obviously we have taken the challenge and we will do our responsibility. So let me take first the genetical makeup. Let me tell you that it is not necessarily be that if our parents are having these diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cancer, we are going to suffer for sure. We can equate this genetical makeup with a kind of seed, and if this seed is this seed will not turn into a sapling or a tree unless the favorable conditions are there. So our lifestyle factors, they serve as the favorable conditions. Like for a sapling, it is water, air, sunlight, minerals from the soil. So for these non-communicable diseases, the lifestyle factors like physical inactivity, stress, substance abuse, they become the trigger. So if we have the genetical makeup, it is not necessary that we will develop the disease, but our lifestyle, poor lifestyle, will act as a trigger. So we should give this message to the people who we are dealing with in a very easy language, so that they can understand it. So this is the concept, that it is not necessary we will develop the disease. Secondly, about the behavior, I would like to take all you through back to the timeline thousands of years ago. So what was the lifestyle of people in those times? Actually, like, survival was not that easy in those times. For a simple living, for to have a meal, people had to work very hard. If they had to wake up early in the morning and will move out in search of the prey, the animal, and to kill a animal who was able to run faster than a human. How was it possible in those times? So we are blessed with the capacity of endurance. We are endurance predators. We can do physical activity for very long times. So it was mandatory for survival. Physical fitness was mandatory, but this is not the case in these times. If you want to eat food, it is not necessarily that you have to physically fit. Even you are not supposed to even cook. You can order simply online, and even if in the night 3 a.m., 2 a.m. you want to eat something, it is available with you. So the demands has decreased a lot, but let me tell you, this lies in our genes. Our genetical, because what happens, the selection of favorable chromosomes. This is the theory. And these chromosomes, the chromosomes which favored physical activity, it helped in the survival of people in those times. So we are having those chromosomes only. So it is our genes. This concept we should understand. Physical fitness was mandatory for survival. Even 2-3 decades back, the survival was little bit more demanding. We didn't have so much cars, so much machines with us. Now what is happening, we can relate with our lifestyles. From waking up till going to bed, our lifestyle has taken 180-degree turns. Usually in a day, what is our daily routine? We do physical activity as part of transport, our duty and leisure time. But we can see that starting from the transport, we go to our offices with some vehicles. In the office, most of our jobs don't require physical labor. So we do most of the time the work while sitting only. And even in the leisure time, we don't go for any kind of physical activity, no games, no outdoor activities. We prefer to work in the front of a screen. That's it. So it is like more than 9+ hours sittings per day. And let me tell you, the recent research is surfacing which says that the sitting is even more riskier than smoking. So some papers are surfacing, sitting is very dangerous. In the last presentation, the madam said that every 30 hours we should try to move ourselves. And that's very true. But it is not happening actually. And I would like to draw your attention towards this particular slide. Actually, we have responsibility for ourselves, but also for our future generations. And especially in the COVID era, what we saw that the screen times in pediatric population, the children, it has increased exponentially. The outdoor activity has been minimized. So what we are giving to our next generations, let me tell you, students in 6th standard, 7th standards, they are suffering from type 2 diabetes. And with full responsibility, I am saying this thing that the time might come when the parents will be doing the last rites of their children if the actions are not taken these days. So actually, this is the situation. You can see that we don't want to move ourselves, and this is like this is the drawback of advancement, moving to from developing to developed, urbanization. This is the side effect of that. But as we are in the field, we should understand it. So situation should not come like what is being shown in the picture. This is like extreme, and villages are even no exception these days. This is a principle. Centuries old balance is lost. Famine and feast cycle and physical activity and rest cycle. Actually, the repercussions of unhealthy lifestyle is not immediate. What happens? The lifestyle we choose to practice on most of the days. Like suppose if I am doing physical activity on most of the days, but I'm sedentary on one single day, it's okay. Suppose I am having healthy food on most of the days, but there is a cheat day every fortnight, or in a month I party and I take even junk food, but that will not have much impact. So earlier, what was the situation? They had limited food consumption. Most of the days are healthy. The food was healthier also, and feast cycle, it was limited, very limited, and most of the times they were physically active, and rest period were limited. But now it has reversed. What we are doing, our children are eating unhealthy diets most of the times, healthy a few times only. Physical activity, we do physical activity once in a while and think that everything will be all right. So this balance has been lost, and this is creating the trouble and the exponential increase in the non-communicable diseases which we have witnessed in last 2-3 decades. The diet, all of you know, this is equally important. What has been shown, all of us know that the obesity is increasing. I'm pretty sure that some of you might be knowing about the waist to height ratio. Earlier it was BMI, other ways to predict the risk, but the recent is waist to height. So we should know it. We should judge it. We should analyze ourselves. The waist to height ratio should be less than 0.5. So if our waist has increased beyond half of our height, we are at risk. The South Asian population, if the BMI increases beyond 23, they are at risk. If your skin at the nape of the neck and an axilla, you are having skin tags or acanthosis nigricans, the blackening of the skin at your nape of neck, if these risk factors are occurring in your body or in your real near and dear ones, please teach them. Let me tell you a real life incident. When I was doing my MD, my elder brother was having this blackening around his nape of neck, but I was not aware what is it. It was acanthosis nigricans. And as I was not aware, I ignored it. And in 2-3 years, he suffered from diabetes. So we should know how to know the risk and let other people know that they are at risk now and they should intervene immediately. Otherwise, the worst outcome is imminent. So, and other factors other than these physical inactivity and nutrition, like stress, work pressure, pollution, these all are responsible factors. So our lifestyle can give us good years to live, or it can make us ill as well. So I think I should not say much about that's how physical activity help us, but I will summarize in just this one paragraph that this physical activity is a stimulus. It's so powerful that is capable of overhauling the whole human body. No cell, no organ is an exception. It can reinvigorate all the vital organs of your body and rejuvenate each and every cell in the body. So this is the nutshell of the impact of physical activity. It has the highest regenerative potential for us. Minimally invasive, there is no invasive procedure involved, and it has the highest regenerative potential. It's a comprehensive package, starting from promotive to preventive, promotive, rehabilitative, curative. All the aspects are covered in this physical activity. If I say that so many people were prevented from developing diabetes, from preventing hypertension, suppose somebody among you is practices physical activity up to the recommended level, how you are going to know that how many diseases you prevented yourself? It is a gloomy area. We cannot predict accurately, but one thing is for sure, it improves the quality of life, and whoever will practice it in a week time, he will realize that his quality of life has improved, his functional capacity has improved a lot. So that is a very easy way to realize that something good is happening to our body by engaging in physical activities. And apart from this physical health, one important area of improvement, and it is least recognized, it is what? It is our mental health. I would like to draw attention of the august gathering in the room to this fact that physical activity is equally important for our mental health. What happens with advancing age? Our brain shrinks as well. Neuronal damage does happen with advancing age. The synapses between neurons are lost. Their strength of connection weakens. The blood vessels, they withers. Initially, it happens at the microscopic level, but then eventually at such a level that it is macroscopically visible. So, because all of us are intellectuals, my hope is that in the coming few slides, I will tell you that how this physical activity helps us remaining mentally sound and fit even in the advanced ages. What is the process? So after knowing this, you will try to incorporate it in your lifestyles. So let us see. All of us are witness to the fact that many times we see that I have forgotten I met someone very known and familiar, and suddenly I am not able to recall his or her name. It creates a problem for me. I'm witness to it, that sometimes things like this, I have problems in word finding. Why it is happening? It is happening because with aging, there is like as any other organ, our brain withers and functional capacity of brain also decreases. Aging is inevitable. We cannot control that. But what for most of us, functional capacity of all the organs decreases with age. Although there will be some exceptions only, but brain is no exception to that. With aging, what happens? Cognitive changes may progress from mild cognitive impairment to dementia, memory, behavior, and cognition are impaired secondary to neurodegeneration in the brain. Loss of cerebral cortical tissue, most consistently in the frontal cortex and hippocampus. Also a loss of white matter in the frontal, occipital, temporal, and parietal regions and cerebellum. So this is what happens with aging. And the shrinking brains make us less focused and slower in solving complex problem, even making decisions. You try to relate it to yourselves. Our capacity to memorize things decreases. We get slow, although some exceptions are there, but even we are not able to take decisions so much faster to solve the problems with that ease which we were doing a decade back. So shrinkage in the memory areas make it more difficult for all of us to recall names, other forgetfulness issues. And negative impact on brain, these are the different determinants or risk factors, but physical activity is at the top. Tremendous public health and socioeconomic challenges that accompany a rapidly aging population who suffers from late life declines in cognitive function. Let me tell you, there was a paper in Lancet recently in which they have estimated that around $50 billion will have to be spent because of this physical inactivity situation globally. Let me tell you that the prevalence of obesity is increasing in our children. Around 1/4 of children in urban areas, they are obese. There was a study from Delhi. So 1/4 of children. And the prevalence of obesity varies from say 33 to 65% in different regions of country. With this, there is a phenomenon, neuroplasticity. This is a promising aspect. Like neuroscience has clearly understood only in recent years that parts of human brain, especially those parts important for memory, attention, and problem solving, have innate plasticity, the ability to change. Let me tell you, it is just around 15 years back. I was a medical student in 2001 to 2005. In those times, we were used to be told by our teachers that our neurodegeneration takes place, but there is no such thing like neuroplasticity. New neurons does not develop in human brain, but recently it has been proved that our brains have innate ability to change. Just as they can shrink, they can grow as well, resulting into enhanced brain performance. So how does it happen? There is a area in brain, hippocampus, and this is the memory muscle of the brain. Hippocampus plays a crucial role in the formation of new memories and in the detection of new surroundings, stimuli, and occurrences. It's a complex brain structure embedded deep in the temporal lobe. It has a major role in learning and memory. It is a plastic and vulnerable structure, and that gets damaged by a variety of stimuli. Studies have shown that it also gets affected in a variety of neurological and psychiatric disorders. This is a very interesting story about a person. His name was HM. Popularly, he was known as HM, Henry Gustav Molaison. Patient HM. What happened in an accident? What happened? He was suffering from epilepsy. In those times, what happened? As a remedy to that, they removed some of the brain parts of, and his hippocampus was removed as part of surgery. The result was that his seizures were controlled, but another interesting thing happened. Once the hippocampus were removed, after that, he was not able to form any new memory. He was studied by a team of neuroscientists for more than 50 years, from the age of 27 to his death at 82. Yet he could not remember their names or their experiments. He was not able to form any new memory because his hippocampus was removed. So this is the area which is responsible for our memory formation, new memory formation. So atrophy in the hippocampus is a key factor in the process of age-related memory loss and dementia. Vascular risk factors such as obesity, diabetes mellitus, sleep apnea are associated with a reduction in hippocampal size and early development of cognitive impairment. So how physical activity can help? Actually, there are three mechanisms by physical activity helps. Physical activity promotes first is vascular health. Once vascular health would be good, there would be good blood flow to the brain. If blood flow would be improved, what will happen? It will improve glucose utilization, because for our brain, the glucose is the fuel or the energy source. So improves glucose utilization, oxygen extraction, and improves structural and functional brain reserves. The first mechanism is the improved vascular health by indulging in physical activity. Second is increased secretion of BDNF. This BDNF is brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It acts as fertilizer to the brain, and it enhances the capacity of learning and memory. And then indirect effect, by indulging in physical activity, the risk for these non-communicable diseases decreases, and as these diseases have negative impact on our brain, if we will be these diseases free, obviously our brain will be at a it will be good for our brain. So these three mechanisms are there by which our cognitive functions remain protected if we indulge in physical activity. So it's a brain fertilizer, as I have already told you. There are some other factors which are released by the different cells in the body, like GDNF, glial cell-derived neurotrophic factors, and NGF, nerve growth factor, which acts the brain fertilizer, which are released when we indulge in physical activity. And there is a famous book by their name is Spark. I request everyone to read that book, Spark, by John Rate. He has very beautifully written in that how this physical activity helps you protect your brain. So regular exercise increase the volume of the hippocampus. I have told you the importance of hippocampus, formation of new memory and behavior, the problem solving skills, and by exercise the size of this hippocampus increases, not on microscopic level but at the macroscopic level as well. There has been studies well published which says that macroscopic level the size increases. So actually there is no limitation to the evidence, because we all practice evidence-based medicines. So let me tell you that the literature is sufficiently, there are ample of evidence in favor of how physical activity helps us in remaining healthy. Physical health, mental health, everything. Animal studies are there and human studies are there. So there is no limitation to the evidence. The problem is that before discussing the problem, let see this slide as well. By indulging in physical activity, we can not only offset the shrinkage associated with aging, but we may also enlarge the brain reserve. It increases the number of synapses. There is strengthening of synapses that occurs, keeping the brain well nourished with rich blood flow, even growing new neurons in the hippocampus. So these are the different mechanisms. And let me tell you, as far as these chronic diseases are concerned, there is a theory. It's not a theory, but it's a fact that what happens with aging, the functional capacity declines. So if we have good functional capacity or capacity at a good level, say if children will practice good amount of physical activity since their school, so their functional reserves will be higher, their functional capacity will be at higher level. With aging, the decline will take place. So we have two methods by which we can stay protected. One is by declining the pace of that decline as is happening with the aging, or secondly, we should have our functional capacity at a very high rate so that even after decline, it does not go beyond the threshold level. So what we are witnessing these days, the children are not practicing physical activity, so their physical capacity is very limited. And if the decline will have, as the decline will have place with their aging, definitely they are going to suffer from non-communicable diseases. So this is the thing we should keep in mind. And If we have enhanced reserves, enhanced capacities, it will serve as a retirement fund for us. What we do, we keep some of our money for our retirement purposes now. So if we have good functional reserves and we do some interventions, some activity for that, it will help us in the advanced ages. For whoever will survive to those ages, it will be a kind of retirement fund for him. So I many times I'm doing as I'm a public health expert. I am working in this area for last 4-5 years, and I many times refer physical activity as the wonder drug or wonder medicine. And my opinion is that if exercise would be packed in a pill, it would be the single most widely prescribed and beneficial medicine in the world. Highest regenerative potential. Let me tell you, it has for depression, which is a common, very common problem of these days. Even in youth, even in the elderly, even the children, they are suffering from low mood problem, depression. So physical activity is a great antidepressant, but the problem is that it is least utilized, and all of us know the reasons. And we know that this wonder drug is available almost free at minimal of cost. So how to get physically active? Uh, uh, I'm pretty sure that all of you are more versed in these concepts, that how we should remain physically active. I would say very few lines about it. First of all, we should understand the difference. What is the difference between exercise and physical activity? Physical activity is a broad term. It includes everything as part of our day-to-day activities, moving to and fro places, not necessarily exercise. So people should realize this fact, that it is not that you are supposed to do physical activity in gym only. In the transport, if you can park your vehicle at a distance and go by walking, it will be a physical activity. If you love dancing, do dancing for at least some minutes every day. It will be a physical activity. Do some household chores. So we should understand the difference between these two, and we should try to incorporate. The problem is mindset. I'm repeating this sentence again. The problem is mindset. Actually, our lifestyles are very demanding these days. But if we can change our mindset, obviously some benefits will be there for sure. For example, let me give you some examples. Why the car was invented, why the scooter was invented. It was not invented to take you from a place to say 100 meters away. So if you are going to a nearby place, 100 meters, 200 meters for say buying vegetables, for a haircut, anything, change your mindset. Don't take vehicle with you. Don't take help of a vehicle. Go by walking. Suppose you are building in a multi-story building. Your area of work is at 9th floor. So if I ask why you don't go by stairs, the person will say that it is at 9th floor. How can I go there? So the changing mindset is important. You can go by stairs, say 2 floors, 3 floors, then take the stairs. In due course of time, your capacity will increase. And what I witness in my institute, people even don't bother to go to the first floor by stairs. So there is problem of mindset. How much time you will save like this? Nobody is saying you to go to the next city nearby by walking, but just changing your mindset, incorporating very small things, you can get so much benefit out of it. These are as per the recommendations. So do whatever you want. Actually, I should not say this as well, because the recent research says even after a recommended level of physical activities, the time spent in sedentary lifestyle, it will have a repercussion. So try to stay active most of the time. Even if you are working professional, try to move out of your chair every 30 minutes, stretch. There are very good exercises that you can do in your office as well. Leg stretching, quadricep stretching, neck stretching, shoulder stretching. So that should be taught. Let me tell you how this is started. There was a famous study by London Transport Workers study done in 1952 by Dr. Jane Morris. He studied it for the first time, that the cases of cardiovascular mortality he compared the mortality from cardiovascular causes in drivers and the conductors. So he found that the conductors, they were having less chances of cardiovascular mortality, and from this surface that the occupations which are more physically demanding, more physically challenging, they have less cardiovascular mortality. So he was the pioneer in this field, Dr. Jane Morris. So I would say that we should try to, obviously, most of us work in front of screens, laptop, computers. Most of the times we perform our duties by sitting only. So at least find some time to move yourself. Every 30 minutes, go to your, you can move out of your chair, go to some colleague, talk to him, go to washroom, walk here and there, but move yourself. Do stretching even in by sitting in your room, but do it. Some is better than none, no issues. If you are not able to do it up to the recommended levels, no issues, but I recommend just start it. Start it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Go for it. You will have benefits. So we should teach others in this way. Like, it is not mandatory that you go for 30 minutes stretch in the beginning and keep doing it only, then you will get the benefits. Just start it. Start it and let improve after some time. Say if you start with 5-day walking and then increases slowly and slowly. So the research says that if you can remain physical activity even in slots, 5 to 10 minutes slots, 2-3 times in a day, you will get the benefits. And so this is the concept. You are well aware about this physical activity pyramid, so I will not repeat it again. Key messages from my side: we should not equate it with weight loss or bodybuilding only. We should make it as an integral part. We every day brushes our teeth. All of us do that. We every day take a bath, and like this, every day we should indulge in physical activity. Try to remain physical. We were not made to sit in the chair, to sit idly. We were made to move, and we should keep this principle in mind. Apart from physical well-being, I have discussed how this physical activity helps us in mental well-being. So we are in mentally challenging jobs. We are every day with advancing aging facing this decline in cognitive function as well. So we should move for mental well-being. We should not forget that we should not overload ourselves. The one who is going to start, if he is more than 40 and some cardiovascular problems are there, he should consult a physician. After that, he should begin, and never overload yourself. And something is better than nothing. Don't bother whether you are able to do it for 30 minutes or not. Just start it. Be it for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, just start it. Motion is lotion for our brain. Actually, what happens, this is my general observation, that we do very big and we do big researches, publish it in big journals, and that knowledge is not being shared with the common man. This is the problem we are facing. Let me tell you, research without action is not going to help. And how you can make the common man realize that how this physical activity will help him will have the most impact. So we have triple challenge with us. What is that? First, we should try to remain healthy on our own. We have a responsibility for ourselves, then our family, then our society, then our community, and then the community. We should move like this. And as a researcher, I really feel that our research should not get wasted just by publishing in a journal. So the knowledge we gain from research, it should reach to the common man. So this is my humble request to all of you to kindly keep this fact in mind. I refer physical activity as vitamin P. So we should do it for us. Teach them to others that daily take this dose, vitamin P daily, and we should prescribe it. Tell this to others. Any opportunity to indulge in physical activity is a bliss. Let me tell you, is a bliss. If you get an opportunity to walk, is a bliss for you, bliss for your body, bliss for your mind. Indulge in it. Seize that opportunity and take daily dose of vitamin P. Not to forget, start slow, start low, go slow, warm up, cool down. Anabolic steroids for the young population. I have a request: don't go for anabolic steroids. Breathing, it is equally important. People don't know how to breathe while doing resistance training, physical activity in summers or extreme weathers. So these are some of the principles we should not forget while we start doing physical activity. Do any activity of choice, be it dancing, household work, anything, do it. Anything of your choice, sports, anything, do it. I personally prefer walking because as the age advances, to indulge in very vigorous activities like sports, it becomes difficult, but this can be done even in the advanced of ages. So, and it is like, it's not the shortcut, but it is the, we should there, I may tell you that do this, that, do that. It should be customized. Let me tell you, please give focus to this point, that we generally we preach thing to others, but we don't take into consideration the quality, the lifestyle, his job profile into consideration. So we should always tell people that they will have to find out ways to remain active. Suppose a person is working in a bank, his job, he cannot do his job, he cannot move out of his chair every 30 minutes. A person is he is a shop owner, he cannot move out every 30 minutes out. So we should take those things in consideration while prescribing it. So everybody is supposed to find out the ways when he can stay active. Say I go to my work area by car. So you can say that park the car at a distant place where you park normally. So this way you can incorporate the physical activity easily. So we should do customized counseling and customized prescription as far as physical activity is concerned. Minor modifications can give us immense benefit. It adds years to life and life to years. That is very important. Actually, what happened? The life expectancy has increased. I told you in the beginning, but the life expectancy did not equate with the quality of life or health expectancy. The people, they develop diabetes by the age of 35, 40, and they continue to live with that throughout their life. So the increased life expectancy does not necessarily equate with the health expectancy, and this minor modifications, in which physical activity is a very important domain which can add life to years and years to life. Kabhi, it's not never too late for people to begin fitness program. Koi bhi age ho, whatever the age is, the impacts will be there. People start physical activity. I met a professor in Delhi very recently. He was around 60 years old, and he told me, he was a urologist, and he told me that after he had left the job, he said that I started doing physical activity at this age, and he says that the quality of life is like now so much better. So there is no age to begin the physical activity. At every age you will get the benefit. I would like to tell you that I'm trying at my level best to as a public health professional to make people realize how they can remain physically active, and we have 3 responsibilities at our part. First is that we should reach to the community people, first thing. Second is the research. We should do good research, and as I told you, don't stop just by publishing your research into a good journal. Make this research reach to the common man. And third thing is, let us work hard together to make it as a government priority. I'm working in this sector for like 15, 16 years. The government priority, I have seen that this is not in the priority list, or even if it is in the priority list, it is that there are more priorities for the government. So what we should strive for, make the people realize, reach to the community people. Don't limit yourself to your office station or to your room. Reach to the community. Second is do good research, and no research, as no research is fruitful without action. So reach to the community. And third is in whatever capacity you can, make government realize, make it a government priority. All of us should join hands together to make it a government priority. And last but not the least, I will say that real age depends less on what the calendar tells us and more on how you choose to live your life. So this is the in nutshell that when we reach age 50, our 70% of health is dependent on our lifestyle. So invest in that. And the cause, it's not about the community only. We can it's about you and me. Let me tell you how it benefited myself. I for the last 5 years, I every most of the days I try to indulge in some physical activity. So the cause is you and me. We should start with ourselves. Then, as a researcher, as a professional, what is our responsibility? All of us know that. Then we have a social responsibility, reach to the community and to have a bigger impact. Do every bit to make it a government priority. So that's all. I will not take much time. I'm sorry if I have taken. I got beyond the timelines. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to the August audience. Once again, congratulations to the organizers for organizing such a nice conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit Dikshit. It was really wonderful presentation, and your presentation was very clear and encouraging one. And in fact, you have given along to everyone. And you have highlighted the importance of physical activity and the physical activity which encourages to lead the healthy aging and also increases the lifespan time. And of late, if you notice, our lifespan is getting decreased. It comes at to 6 decades or 6 plus. That's all. And also very shocking to come to know that children, when they suffer from diabetics at the age of 10 and jaundice and all, it's very shocking to know. And we have to drag all the children to the playfield, apart from using the electronic domain and everything in our hands. As we said, everything is based on mindset. We have to tune our mind. Like how our routine we follow, brushing our teeth, taking our breakfast, like that. We have to pay more attention on physical activities. As he said, yes, we do agree physical activities are important component to lead a happy and healthy. Thank you, Doctor. And any queries from the audience side? Any questions to be asked from the audience side? Please. No questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Please
Thank
keep
you.
it. नहीं सर मना कर दिया तो Good afternoon, all of you. Now we are at end of the conference, and now the session has been closed. Now I'd like to request Chairperson Dr. Santi ma'am to come over to the seat, and thank you for being a chairperson for this session, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. As we come to the end of the first international conference on emerging needs to strengthen global public health policies and sports sciences, ICGPHPSS, I, Juma Sunwar, would like to acknowledge the presence of dignitaries, guests, participants, Director, SMIT, Professor Dr. J.L. Sarma Sir, Associate Director, Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Anand Prakash Tiwari Sir, heads of various departments and offices, faculty members, staff, participants, and students. Proceeding with the valedictory function, we move on to felicitate dignitaries and participants of ICGPH PSS. May I request Director SMIT, Professor Dr. J.L. Sarma Sir, to kindly present token of appreciation to Dr. Saibal Chand, Dr. Saibal Chand, Associate Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, Johar University of Science and Technology, Bangladesh. Dr. K. Shanti, Dr. K. Shanti, PhD, Director of Physical Education, Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, Chennai. Dr. Jyotika Sharma Ma'am, Coordinator Behavior Behavior Management Psychology Courses, NEP 2020 SMU. Dr. Nikita Joseph. Nikita Joseph. नहीं चाहिए ठीक है We have next to Dr. Anand Prakash Tiwari Sir, Associate Director SA and Convener ICGPH PSS. Dr. Ajay Jha, Sir, Professor, Department of Management Studies. आपका लास्ट में Dr. Pratik Chetri, Associate Professor, Sikkim Manipal, College of Physiotherapy, Coordinator of Sports Society of SMIMS. Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma, Sir, Co-Convener, Senior Sports Officer, SMIT. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Jyotika Sharma ma'am to kindly give certificates to the presenters of the students from Bangladesh and SMIMS. Certificates. Certificates for students of Bangladesh. May I request any one participant to kindly receive the certificates for all? May I request any one participant from Bangladesh to collect the certificates for all? Give it to ma'am. Give it to ma'am. So for SMIMS. Thank you, ma'am. अभी ये कंटिन्यू नहीं ये कंटिन्यू Sorry for the trouble again. May I request Director SMIT to kindly present certificate to Dr. Nikita Joshi Sonwal ma'am, Professor, Sikkim Manipal College of Physiotherapy, SMU. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. A.P. Tiwari, sir, Convener, ICGPHPSS Associate Director, SA SMIT, to kindly present token of appreciation to Dr. Abhishek Saroy, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, SMIT. Ms. Karishma Pathak, Sports Officer, SMIT.
Last one.
Feedback here. Feedback before my introductions, feedback of the conference.
Mr. Bappa Vishwas, Housekeeping Staff, SMIT. We thank you, sir, for your valuable support. Raju. Next is Mr. Bishwajyoti Das, Publicity Designer, SMIT. In his absence, I request Mr. Rajiv to kindly collect on behalf of Debjyoti, sir. Next, we have Mr. Avinash Chetri, Hostel Staff, SMIT. In his absence, I request Dr. Amik Roy, sir, Chief Warden, to kindly collect the felicitation.
Sir, please, you are requested to.
Next, we have Mr. Rupak Datta, Sports Assistant, SMIT. Thank you, sir. Now we have next the Best Paper Award announcement, and the categories, 4 categories were there. For physical education and sports, we have a comparative study of SMBT and weight training effort on the overhead pass of the National Castable player by Dr. Amit S. Jade. May I request, it was an online paper, so it will be posted. Next was for physiotherapy and exercise. The paper was effectiveness of intradialectic, aerobic and resistance exercise on functional capacity and HRQOL in end-stage renal disease, a pre-post study by Tasneem Rehman Hazarika. May I request Dr. Jyotika Sharma ma'am to kindly present the award to Best Paper. Thank you, ma'am. The next was Health and Nutrition, for which the best paper goes to Comparative Studies on the Contribution of Sports Nutrition of Athletic, National Cricket League, Chittagong Division and Non-Athletic. SM Sabir Ahmed Osmani. May I request Director SMIT, sir, to kindly present the certificate for the Best Paper Award. For the next session, we have Sports and Science, for which the best paper goes to Adip O, BRD7 Gene Therapy Improved Metabolic Syndrome and Cardiovascular Diseases by Dr. Sailendra Parth Singh. This was an online paper. So thank you and best wishes to all the ones who has received the Best Paper Award. Now moving on, we request any students who wants to give feedback about the sessions. So we would like to
delegate.
Okay.
All of you are requested to give your feedback. Please open your Google browser and open Google Lens and scan this barcode and provide your feedback, please. Kindly open your browser. And one candidate from Bangladesh is wanted to speak about the conference, please. by the time you have to provide the feedback of the conference.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us for this conference. And truly speaking, we have enriched our knowledge through this conference. We can learn many things which can lead us to improve our sports science and health related research to move forward. We also can use knowledge from here to develop sports science in our culture also, I think. And I would like to say thank you to the authorities of SMIT. I also would like to, we are really grateful for this conference, as whenever we came here, we can also share our research work with you guys, I think. And I'm glad to say something in front of you. I'm really thankful for be here. Thank you so much.
Anyone?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Thank the organizers for conducting such a beautiful, and since it's the first of its kind, it's the first international conference on sports health and public health. So I would like to congratulate the organizers and thank you all of the organizers because it gave us a platform to present our papers and also to share knowledges across physical education fields and other fields as well. Also, the fact that we, as a whole, the students we found is that since it's an international conference, we were expecting more of international interactions, which were, I think, a little limited in this conference. But anyways, it was a very nice conference and it's first of its kind. So I'm really thankful to the SMIT for conducting such a beautiful international conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Like, if anyone are willing to give the feedback. Okay, I think that was it. So moving forward, now we would like to felicitate our dignitaries. For the same, I would again request Director Sir to kindly give the certificates to the following. Dr. Kamal Krishna Biswas, Professor, Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, University of Rajasthan. Oh, sorry. Rajshahi, Bangladesh. Sorry. Mohammad Hamidur Rahman, Sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports and Science from Bangladesh.
equals all this minus equals to सीधा all this minus equals एक साथ ही बदल all the S
Professor Dr. Mohammad Nasir Reza, Professor, PSS, JUST, Bangladesh. And Mr. Ujjwal Chakraborty, Assistant Professor from Bangladesh. I request the participants of SMIMS to kindly collect the certificates. All of the participants can kindly join to collect the certificates. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Gratitude is the memory of a heart that recognizes the good job done. With this, may I kindly request co-convener ICGPHPSS Dr. Rakesh Vishwakarma sir, Senior Sports Officer SMIT, to kindly convey the vote of thanks.
There is a change in this program. I would like to request Professor Dr. G.L. Sarma sir, Director Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, come over and say a few words and motivational words to all the dignitaries, participants, and the delegates. Sir, you are requested to please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between your lunch and, and perhaps this was not part of the scheme, but I thought that it will not be appropriate that if I don't, thank you all for coming here. I would have failed in my duties if he would have only just given you a word of thanks. I just wanted to do it for myself on behalf of team SMIT, that all of you, all the way from our neighboring country, like what other day VC sir was saying, that we do share the same culture, right? And we were very, very happy to have you all here with us from Bangladesh, and I am sure, like what was Dr. Tasneem's, I don't know, you are still doctor or not, you are in the making, her feedback that more interaction. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that next year when we are going to have this conference as an annual affair, it is going to be at a much bigger platform, like what we were talking to our director sports yesterday. Maybe we'll have our governor as chief guest, and with chief minister also joining. and few more organizations coming here, because we want to go in a big way in this particular field of physical education. Like what you all have learned, in the last 3 days, perhaps you were, till now working in your own domain, and you have seen that when it comes to physical and mental health, it is concerning each and every individual. And the fields are not limited. It is one of the very very vast field. And we would like to we'd like to bring all the people together so that you can interact more. This time around we had a lot of dignitaries, and our guest speakers online. And sometimes this hybrid mode is also good, because it sometimes is not possible for every expert to come here and take part. At least you have heard their wisdom, you have seen what is their area of interest, what they are researching in. And from here on, I can only tell you that, yeah, just let us know with whom we should be connecting you with, and we will connect you with those people so that you can benefit from each other's knowledge. And it was quite heartening for me to see the team of 3 members from our physical education. I would say it was not department as of now. We are going to start it. They have taken this onus on them and have, uh, organized this international conference. And this would not have been possible without the support of the convener, Dr. A.P. Tiwari. I would say maybe he was not there very much in the forefront, but there was a total support from him from the back. And that is what is required. If the youngsters have to grow, this is the way it has to be done, that we should be standing behind them and let them do whatever they do. And even if they commit mistakes, no problem. The learning is more through mistakes. Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari. And even, I would say our chief warden also, somehow, I don't know why didn't he come forward to take, certificate on behalf of his people. I think he has made your life comfortable, all those who have come from abroad, whatever best we could do. And be rest assured, next time we will be doing even better. And we would love to take your critical feedback. Sir, here you are little not, up to the mark. That is what is giving me feedback to improve. And we like that. This is how we will be able to improve ourselves, and feel free to give us that feedback so that the same mistake we are not repeating the next time. And again, I would like to thank all the guest speakers, including Dr. Ajay Jha and all those who have spoken here. It is very, very important that he is a man from pharmacy and management, and you see he is connected here. And I know you would have liked his talk. And again, Dr. Shanti, for coming here. It is very important that, gender bias should always be removed. So physical is equally important to everyone, and she is director with sports there. And I know next time we'll have even bigger contribution from Tamil Nadu and the other universities also. Thank you very much, ma'am. And also I would like to in particular thank, maybe I will not be able to name everyone, all of our friends who have come from Bangladesh, but in particular Professor Mohammad Naseem Raza, Professor Dr. K.K. Beswas, Muhammad Hamidur Rahman, Assistant Professor, Dr. Saibal Chandra, and Mr. Ujjwal Chakravarti. And of course, how can we forget the singer, Dr. Mr. Shabir, who sang other day. So well done. And next time we will have more performances from Bangladesh. And I can't see that lady here who has participated and presented a dance item. Thank you very much. Hope so we have done a good job for you. And be rest assured, next time we will be better. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Dr. Nikita also, thank you. physiotherapy, means like what was said in the, thing that there is no pill. It is the exercise that has to be done. And if at all you are doing you overdo something, the physiotherapy will be able to set it right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your talk as well, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable, motivational, we can say, a very inspiring. Sir, thank you. And before going to my proposal to word of thanks, I would like to show you all the feedback of the conference. If all has given, then only. This is the responses. Okay, thank you all. Now again, sir, I would like to request you one request to come over stage and present the award to our MSing coordinator, Ms. Jhuma ma'am.
If she has called everyone.
I would not take much time to present my word of thanks. I will take only 5 to 10 minutes, and in between, please keep hands together. Whatever you like, you feel happy, then enjoy the moment. Respected Director Sir, Professor Dr. G.L. Sharma, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, delegates, participants, lovely audience, and my dear colleagues, good afternoon all of you. On behalf of organizing committee of ICGPHPSS 2023, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to you all of attending this conference 2023 from 25th February to 27th February till now. Thank you. And on behalf of our entire team, I would like to thank our acknowledged partner, Physical Education Foundation of India, and Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, for helping me to publish the e-proceeding with ISBN number published by Khel Sahitya Kendra, New Delhi. Keep hands together for him. I would like to thank to Dr. Avdesh Rotria, Assistant Professor, Fiji National University, Fiji, Joint Secretary of this conference, to liaison with the foreign delegates to make this conference success. Thank you, Dr. Avdesh Rotria. Now, I would like to thank each and every one of you who have taken time and to come here and share research work in this field of the conference. I would like to acknowledge my thanks to chief patrons of the conference, Dr. K. Raman Narayan Sir, Pro-Chancellor, Sikkim Manipal University, Sikkim, and Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Rajan S. Grawal, AVSM and VSM, to make this conference successful. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Associate Directors, HODs, HOs, and other SMIT and SMU employees who have taken part directly, helped directly or indirectly to make the success this conference. Thank you all. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, especially Dr. Bidita ma'am, Dr. Nikita Joshi ma'am, Dr. Sumit Dikshit, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Shane Pill, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Aaron, and Dr. Professor Ajay Jha sir. Thank you all. I think आप लोगों का थोड़ा एनर्जी डाउन हो गया है. So please keep hands together. Sorry, there is a lunch in the mess. So all of you, please take the lunch after this program. Now, I would like to thank Professor Dr. G.L. Sharma for his unconditional support and to conduct this conference successful. Please keep hands together. Sir, I am still remembering your words. Keep proposing, keep continue and organize such kind of event in future and propose and propose and propose. Don't sit at one place and look others. Just keep proposing. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Jyotika Sharma ma'am for framing and phrasing the conference content and documents. Thank you, ma'am. Now, my team, organizing team, I would like to take the names. Papa Viswas, please come here. Fast, fast. Mr. Rupak Datta, Dr. Prateek, Miss Karisma, and unfortunately other marina staff is not here. They perform duty in the morning and they have to come to open the marina sports complex in the evening, so they are not here, but they also supported indirectly to conduct this event. Devajyoti sir, Raghiv is here, and admission chairman Dr. Abhishek Saha sir, please. And sorry, not doctor, Suman Das, assistant engineer, and other those who have supported me from housekeeping staff. Thank you all for their unconditional support, and it was not possible to conduct such kind of event without these people's help. Thank you all. At the last, but not the least, my lovely students, our lovely students basically, and the help of Dr. Professor A.P. Tiwari sir to help us at the last moment to make the arrangement of technical support, cultural activities, and to visit of AIC. And I would also mention the AIC executive managers and all to help to conduct the visit of AIC. Thank you all. And finally, I would like to thanks to myself and my fitness. To make this event great success. Thank you all. Jai Hind, fitness for all. Now, I would like to request each and everyone to stand up for national anthem. And after this, there will be the photo session here only. The staffs are ready, so I will request after the national anthem, all of you please come on the stage so that safe sofa can be arranged where we can take a photographs from that side. Thank you all. Please come here so that we can arrange the sofa. Give us only 2 minutes. Okay, Papa. All of you, please come here.
Students can come in the back, no?
Students can come. मैम
ठीक है, तो वो पीछे का आ रहा है ना, पीछे का आ रहा है प्रोजेक्टर, ठीक ही है, पीछे का आएगा ना लिखा हुआ।
कहाँ है? नहीं आएगा, कैसे आएगा? इसी का सोफा बोल रहा था।
यहाँ पे भी डॉलर वन कैन बी all people can be here.
কি অবস্থা বলেন? ওর কথা হলো আপনাকে নিয়ে একটা গল্প হতো ওদের সাথে, কিমের সাথে।
अब उनको इंग्लिश बोलने का है, इंग्लिश
Okay, okay.
all of you please proceed for the lunch in the mess.
Best wishes to each
Hey, Atom. Jenny, Jenny.
So you are being next step. So I am happy if I could add something. Please do আরে একটা নিয়ে না এখন সার্টিফিকেট নাও কি দেখা যাবে
apa jadi
হয়ে গেছে সবাই মুখ করতে পারি
আচ্ছা আমি ফাঁকা জায়গাটা ফিল করি
I think the
Seven, sir, your vehicle will be at hostel number 4 at 2:30. All of you be ready.
only 30 minutes. We will have last
No,
lunch.
तो request कर
We
लेंगे.
will have at least 2 hours.
No, you told me like what?
2 hours we can't eat at this age.
রাকেশ ভাইয়া come
And moreover, we are
you
not,
take a picture
we are not Italian that will take lunch for 2 hours. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Be in touch. Be in touch. ঠিক আছে হয়ে গেছে
বেস্ট ক্যামেরাম্যান একটু ভালো করে ছবি তোলো না
ও বেস্ট ক্যামেরাম্যান অ্যাওয়ার্ড পে দিয়ে দিল
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
এই চলো নি
सब ऑफ कर दो.